Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action from up top. Your announcer, Shannon Sugardoyle, with you for the changes to set up the program. 5 degrees Celsius, at 41 Fahrenheit, a little cooler, but it's fast and dry conditions this evening. And again, it appears we're underneath the full moon, big full moon, hovering over the backstretch here in London. Program changes coming right up here. Stand by. Okay, here we go then. The first of changes comes up in race number 1. The 3 goaltender is going steel to aluminum shoes up front. Race number 1, of course, starting up that popular pick 5 play. We've got an early pick 4 beginning in race number 2, and there are no changes in there. Third race, the 5 Cimarron Pat, can't see back to blind bridle. Number 6 St. Lad's Mischief. Make the driver Sam Filion. No Tyler Moore this evening. No Scott Coulter as well. No Tyler Moore, no Scott Coulter listed on the horses this evening in London. Alrighty, fourth race then. The 1 Timeout Spectrum. Side rolls. Put the side rolls on the 1 Timeout Spectrum in the 4th. Race number 5. Early high 5 opportunity. Race number 5, the 2 State of Treasure, put the blinkers on. Blinkers for 2 in the 5th. Race number 6, start of a late pick 5 with 10 races carded. Late pick 5 starting up in race 6, number 3 Mortgage My Villa. Sam Filion on board. No line for the 8 Bet on Brett. There's no missing line to announce for the 8 in race 6. The 7th race, we are in need of a driver for the good race mare Top Royal. Top Royal, the 4 in race 7, a driver TBA. 8th race, races 8 and 9 actually are clear of changes, so that has us going over to our 10th and final race. Race 10 finale number 3 Catch Canna, switching from side rolls to, I've got blind. Hang on one sec, folks. Alrighty, race 10, that 3 should be reading Catch Canna, side rolls to blind. It's a blind bridle for the 3 Catch Canna instead of the blinkers there in race 10. The 4-horse Azucar in need of a driver and going from steel to aluminum shoes in behind. Again, steel to aluminum shoes in behind for the 4 Azucar and in need of a driver as well. And again, that 3 in race 10 Catch Canna is going to a blind bridle. So there you have it. Up to speed thus far, so a few more driver changes to come along. When I get those, you'll have them. We're 10 minutes away from race 1 of 10. We'll start things off with an exactor try, Superfecta Daily Double in the HPI Bet sponsored Pick 5 play. We will take a short break right now, but we're coming back with a whole lot more of the Tuesday evening show from the Raceway at Western Fair District. Guest commentator Robert Reed Jr. standing by to talk some horses and to set up this early pick 5 opportunity in race number 1. More to come. Stick around. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the show from up top, the eye in the London sky. I'm your announcer, Shannon Sugardoyle, with you for the action and joining us this evening, of course, like he does each and every Tuesday evening, our friend of the show, Robert Reed Jr. He is with us, and, we've got some tickets to discuss, but before we get to that, we always like to banter back and forth on some industry news. I was down around your neck of the woods on Saturday night. Doug McPherson was filling in on the mic for Ken Middleton Jr., who was absent on the weekend. Doug did a fantastic job on Friday. I had such a great time on Saturday evening. Called quite a few close finishes. Called Brett McDonald's first sub 150 performance with his own horse, Salzburg Victor. How do you like that?
It was awesome, right? I mean, first of all, you guys both did a fantastic job calling the race Sugar. I mean, I knew that you would. I mean, from my time here at the Raceway, you're one of the best in the business, no question about it. You bring the passion every time. So fantastic job, Sugar. Saturday night at Mohawk Park, and it must have been cool, right, to see one of our own, right, from the Raceway here, Brett McDonald, right, going his first sub 50 mile in Salzburg. Victor, what a horse! I mean, he's one that's a closing type.
Yeah,
he's on his game. I mean, he's upper condition horse all day long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he can certainly scoot the Gia Surreal, track record holder here from back on Camelot Classic night when she won our Forest City Pace. That was great to see her roll pretty much gate to wire there. And the top class event. Now I know one got left behind there at the start, but. When it came down to a field of 5, they raced, and from start to finish there, it was not a great trip at all for War We Vital, but that Carbine, there's no way that horse could let him go. Louis was straight back on Carbine most of the way, so it wasn't going to happen. War We Vital just could not get to the top there. It just was never going to happen. And then the stretch drive the way it was. I mean, 4 across for the finish with the big horse. He's probably one of the biggest standardbreds I've ever seen. Wheels on Fire for his 43rd career win. I mean, that was one heck of a finish for a short field.
Yeah, I mean, again, right? You got to usually a race sometimes they line up and there's not a lot of action.
Right.
You got to call one that there was tremendous racing throughout. Remind me of a race here at the Raceway, right? Because every single quarter they were and War We Vital. I mean, I thought he would just get to the lead and control things. Did not happen. You said Carbine, left him out there. But Wheels on Fire, talk about a resurgence for that horse, right? He's been so consistent and so great, but kind of tailed off a little bit. And now he's won 2 in a row. But give credit to Doug McNair, right? Because he's really protected that horse and giving him kind of easier trips.
Yeah.
And now he's found his confidence again.
I was just going to say that Doug McNair, fabulous job. They're over to 3/4, 121 and 2. And at that point, Wheels on Fire was actually gapping slightly in the pocket. Doug was just very patient with him. Figured the old horse would come back to him in the stretch, and sure enough, he did. Wow, did he ever punch on through and then to go on and take the feature by a nose. Carbine holding second. Codename Cigar Box, the wonder from out west there. In Sintra, how about his return? That was a nice fourth in there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, a horse that, I'm happy to see back at the top of his game, right? Or
right.
At least somewhere near the top of his game. But I thought Codename Cigar Box was going to jog in there. I really did. Like, the way the race went, I said, oh, this is setting up for this one, and he just couldn't get there.
I was ready for Codename Cigar Box. I'm saying, here comes Travis Henry on his horse, right? I thought he was getting there, but the Carbine, he just wouldn't give up, and then the big horse coming on through. It was just a great finish and a big thrill for me to call those horses over the big track on a Saturday night at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And Ken Middleton Jr. Back on the mic there last night. Fabulous job on his return to the booth. And we've got some horses to look at this evening in London. Anything really catching your eye this evening, Robert?
I love a horse in the second race by the name of Eyes of Justice, my best bet, and horse I'm going all in on. I really like this trotter's chances. Always been a fan of the trotter, now with a new barn. Speed type. Learned something about him, too. He's actually blind in one eye. That not knowing if that's where the name came from, it would make sense, right? Eyes of Justice, but he's actually blind in one eye, which I just learned about him today. And of course, I've seen race so many times, and I never knew that about him.
You're likely right. Blind in one eye. It likely had something to do with the naming of this son of Justice Hall. But friend of ours, mutual friend, racing manager Tony Elliott, he's across the hall from me, and you know, it's funny you mentioned this horse. I'm saying Robert Reed Jr. He's keying up the 3 in race 2, and I'm on the all button. I said, how strange is that? You know, it's quite a look for a couple of different cappers, right?
It's true, but that's what makes the game so great,
Yeah.
right? Is that like we as handicappers can see things so differently.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, at the end of the day, you're going to be right. You know, a lot of the time. Hopefully, I'm going to be right a lot of the time,
Yeah.
and we can both, hold our own.
Right on. Hold our own is what we'll try to do, I guess, with this early pick 5. And you know what? It's time to get at it right now. It's the HPI Bet sponsored pick 5 play, race number 1 of 10 at the Raceway. We've got some ticket ideas on our monitors now, and here it is. As promised, I do have that all button selected in race number 2 because nothing for me was really jumping off the page in there. It's a field of 6 to start things up, using Goaltender, using Time Out Houdini, and of course using number 6 J-Port High Class. This one was a 3-1, a third choice in the morning line, getting 5-2 second choice action right now. The traffic this horse overcame last time out to finish a bang up third, closed up very sharp. It was first time Lasix last time out. Check out the final half, 57-3. And I mean, this horse just had to come and go, get checked up and let go. There was way too much traffic for this horse to overcome, and now you got a shortened up field of 6. Second time Lasix, certainly an angle for me. Number 6, J-Port High Class. If there's a key in race 1, that horse might be it. But I'm going to go 3 deep to start it. Again, it's the all button for me in race number 2. We're 2 deep in the third. I've got a key in race 4 with number 4, Ethel. She was so good in her career debut. She got a little steppy going into the first turn, but wow, the stretch drive where she edged out steady as we go, and they were going quite a bit nearing the finish there. Ethel, I think, goes 2 for 2 tonight. My key play in the fourth, and I'm going to use the 2, State of Treasure, and 5, Mr. John, who's expected to be much tighter there in race number 5. Robert Reed Jr., your ticket on display here. The boys and girls in our production room have flipped it up for you. Let's talk about it, Rob.
Well, you know, so it's interesting. We may see the second race differently, but we kind of see the sequence very similar, right?
Cool.
I love J-Port High Class here in the opener. I'm going to use Time Out Houdini just because if he finds his old form,
right,
he can win in here. You know, so 2 deep, and then obviously singly up in the 3. Isaac Justin race 2, really hoping this one kind of improves, but it doesn't really have to improve that much, I think, to get the job done in there. 2, 3, 4, and 8. I thought race 3 was kind of a tricky race. I wanted to have a couple prices in there, so I like Silver Sandy on top, 6-1 morning line, but we're going to, use 4 deep in there. Race 4, I agree with you. I love Ethel. I mean, that effort last time was incredible. We both love Steady As We Go. She really didn't have any right to beat her, and she did, especially after what happened in the early going.
Right.
Real big filly. I think she comes right back to win tonight. And then in race 5, you know what? I might as well have hit the all button sugar. I went 5 deep, but I do agree with you. State of Treasure and Mr. John should be the 2 in there.
Sure.
I'm just wondering if maybe they hook up or there could be a bit of a speed battle. So I went 5 deep with the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. I think those are the ones you want to be involved in if you're going to spread out. So, not too expensive. My ticket, $8 for 20 cents, singling 2 horses. If we get those 2 down, I think we got a pretty good shot.
One thing that I've noticed you doing with your selections versus mine now, I know the horses, we're going to start seeing a few more coming in from Leamington. You don't seem to mind backing those horses coming in from Leamington. I tend to stay away from them for a start or 2. I want to see how they get around over London, but you've got no problem going to those horses coming in from Leamington.
No, especially if it's a horse I'm familiar with,
sure,
right? And even if I haven't necessarily seen all the starts at a track like Leamington, I mean, I certainly saw a couple of Isaac Justice races there, but I know the horse well enough to know that he kind of swells up on the front end.
Okay.
I think that he's one that can trip out in there. Love the move to the barn of Stuart McQueen, high percentage trainer.
Yes, indeed.
And I just think that it looks like a really good spot for Isaac Justice. I'd likely call him a spot play.
Okay.
Just because he lands in a race tonight that I think should be to his liking.
Okay.
Class relief, barn change, all kinds of stuff. They're kind of just ticking the boxes for me. So, yeah, as long as I'm familiar with the horse,
yep,
I have no problem backing one shipping in, and now maybe changing venues, because of a track like Leamington that's now no longer racing for the year.
Right on. Wonderful setup for race number 1. Robert Reed Jr. with us for his commentary throughout the evening, his selections, and multi-leg wager ticket ideas. I see they're stepping out on a post parade here for race number 1 of 10. We've got Trotters in the opener, non-winner 62.50 in their last 3. And here we go, heavy duty on the rail here for owner-trainer Natalie Elliott, Ryan DeRoche to do the driving. At a post 2, it'll be Playful Elegance. The big mare was a winner last time out. Tonight she gets Alfie Carroll on board. For Dennis Duford, the trainer is Ashley Duford. Sam Filion staying on number 3, Goaltender. The shoeing change, steel to aluminum up front. Francois Morin owning. It's Brett Lester training. Then number 4, Shoulda Known Better. Anthony Hamlin on board for the owner-trainer Mike Hamlin. Number 5, Timeout Houdini, adding Lasix for this for ECS Racing LLC of Michigan. Steve Boston's trained, Tyler Borth driven. And then the outside chance for number 6, J-Port High Class. Again, second time Lasix, Ted Melcher, Sky Sviersteig on the ownership line, Greg Dustin, the trainer driver. 6 starters then on the trot, Exactor Try, Super, Daily Double, and again that popular HBI Bet sponsored Pick 5 play is right up front. Righty, race number 1, the Trotters are out there following the post parade. I do have one final change to add into race number 7 tonight, if you care to take note, folks. In race 7, number 2, Layla Blue, is going to change it up to blinkers. Put the blinkers on number 2, Layla Blue, in race number 7. Right on your monitors there right now is number 6, J-Port High Class, an even money favorite here right now for Greg Dustin. And it's been a while since this one's been a favorite. Mid-September, actually, over the 5/8 track in Sarnia. And sat 3 and made a move towards the 3/4 and 1 going away in 157-4. Since then, has been second and third a few times. And very impressive in his latest. Was sitting near the back of the bus, made a move at the half, and then there was stalled cover in front, and then there was more traffic towards the backside, and still closed up huge. Big final half on this one, Robert.
Yeah, it was a huge back half. And you know what, Sugar, sometimes you see horses that are closing into it that look like, they're kind of, tiring as they're doing it, right? He was getting, to me, I know he may have came a slower last quarter than his third, looked very strong, right,
Yes.
in the stretch drive. I mean, he was marching up, and it looked like, the race just a little bit further, he would have coasted right past them. And so caught both of our attention. I know we both kind of said right afterwards, okay, he's the one to circle for next week. And, of course, when that happens, others see it too. He's even money tonight. But second start back on the Lasix program. And a horse that, it's surprising he's only made $105,000 in his life, because in my head, I'm like, he's got so much back class, but it's just because he's kind of a higher, win percentage type with 11 wins. He's only 5 years old. And maybe now as a trotter, he's kind of finding his best stride, because I was really impressed with his effort last time. He's a preferred type on his best day. If he finds that same effort tonight, I think he's going to be tough to beat.
The only thing against him here is an outside post and the fact that he is a heavy favorite right now. You wouldn't normally see that from an outside starter here on the trot right off the bat, race number 1. But again, like you said, and like I've said, this horse just wanted to pass horses. He just wanted to keep passing them in the late going there as we go inside of 2 minutes to post time and near the $10,000 guaranteed pool on this pick 5 play. Here's a look at our leading driver, Tyler Borth, keeps on doing it well here in London. Timeout Houdini, a very familiar horse to the front-end missions around London. And now tonight, it's Lasix being added for this Steve Boston's trainee. Tell us about it.
Well, and you got to think it's going to help, right? Because he's a horse that kind of uncharacteristically has not been finishing off his miles lately.
Right.
2 back, he held on by a neck. Probably should have won a little easier when he's favored at 60 cents to the dollar. A horse that, recent form doesn't look as good as maybe it should be. Still got 7 wins out of 26 starts this year, 6 out of 26 last year. Lasik should help. And I mean, again, he's the type of horse that on his best day, he can wire this field up pretty good. Looks pretty good on the track right now. The other thing about Jport High Class, Sugar, no gate speed, right? So
Right.
if this wasn't a short field, I'd have a hard time really getting behind him because, he's a horse that's going to probably have to navigate traffic again.
Yeah, there's no shot Jport High Class is making front end here. Time Al Houdini can go to the front. He could sit two if he wanted to. I mean, the trip factor has got to belong to number 5, Time Al Houdini in here. Again, there's so many options for him, but he'll like to get pointed there by Borth. Goaltender, an interesting play. Heavy favorite last time out. Was doing some pretty good things until he made a break rounding the final turn. Before that, a winner over Flamborough in 59-4. Third time here for trainer Brett Lester.
Yeah, I thought he would take more support. We're starting to see it come now down to 5-2. I love the shoeing change.
Right.
I know that sometimes I get a little bit leery. A horse coming off a break, steel to aluminum.
Yeah.
But steel to aluminum tells me they're looking for more speed on this one tonight, and maybe also it's going to help his gait as well.
Okay.
So I thought he would take more action. Surprised, actually, that, I know Jport High Class looked so great last time. I thought we'd still be on the right side of value here with him. We're not. Even money on him.
Yeah.
Win price, Time Al Houdini and Goaltender are certainly offering the value right now.
If I'm playing right now going to the gate, I'm playing 3 Goaltender. I just noticed he's won at London this season, 158-2. Like you said, the shoeing change, they're expecting a big bounce back performance from Goaltender this evening. So here we go. It's the first of 10. Heavy Duty, Ryan Darage, Playful Elegance, Alfie Carroll, Goaltender, Sam Filion. Should have known better, Anthony Hamlin, Time Out Houdini, Tyler Borth, Jport High Class, Greg Dustin, 6 Noses, the Trotters, all on gate. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. A quick get for Time Out Houdini, a slow get for the 3 Goaltender, who's last. Into the opening turn they travel. Time Out Houdini up on the outside for Tyler Borth, who's going to grab early control of this one. Heavy Duty pockets up in second. Should have known better. Got away in third. A gapped off fourth. Jport High Class is going about 8 lengths off the lead in the early going. Then along the inside, Playful Elegance. The earliest trailer was Goaltender. Jport High Class has actually been left on the outside there by Dustin, and that's got Should Have Known Better pulling from third to go on in here. The quarter mile speed was quick, 28-3 on a beauty night for horse racing in London. Time Al Houdini marching here for Borth. Should have known better now, up to the wheel of the leader. Inside to be third is Heavy Duty, towed up into it fourth. Jport High Class buried fifth for Playful Elegance. And to set it up, third over last, Goaltender. It's 3 in and 3 out, and there go the plugs on the first up Challenger. Should have known better. 59-3, a very nice 31 flat. Second quarter breather for the leader, Time Al Houdini. He's got 3/8 left to go, and he's found another gear. Time Al Houdini is leading. Heavy Duty appears to be bravening up here in second. 3-1 in the outside. The high road for Jport High Class is circling up for Dustin, and following on that cover, Goaltender knifing on through was the big mare. Playful Elegance, 3/4 up in 130 flat. They are 3 across. They are heads apart as they bend around that final turn. Time Al Houdini still there. Heavy Duty up between Trotters. 3 wide side. Jport High Class, and to go 4 deep, here comes Goaltender. A 4 across finish for the opener, and it's going to go to Jport High Class for Dustin. Goaltender was a strong closing second. Then Time Al Houdini, Heavy Duty, 2 minutes 1/5. Jport High Class at 4-5. As good as advertised here. Top 4 unofficial in the opener, a 6-3, 5-1. 6-3, 5-1 in the opener. So we got a favorite to start up this early pick five, just shy of $20,000 wagered into this early pick five pool, a go-to wager here at the Raceway. Got an early pick four that will begin in race number 2. A late pick 5 starts up in race number 6 this evening. And then the late pick 4 underway in race number 7 as we await the unofficial winner for the opener, J-Port High Class, on his way back. For a winner's circle photo, this is J-Port High Class, 5-year-old son of Muscle Mass from the Balanced Image mare. J-Port Forever for Ted Melchers, Guy Sviersteig, Greg Dustin, trained and driven to win. And it's a mile tonight, 2 minutes, 1/5. J-Port High Class, the favorite, getting the job done for his 12th career win, 5th on the season. Congratulations. He paid $370. Exactor comes back at 7 even. $1 try for $8.10. The dollar super $15.70. Heavy Duty was 4th. Make it Heavy Duty 4th. Playful Elegance 5th. A Goaltender 2nd. Shoulda Known Better 6th. A Timeout Houdini 3rd. J-Port High Class won it. 28-3. 59-3. 130 in the mile of 2 minutes 1/5. J-Port High Class for the win. Top down, a 4.52. 6.31. Second race is next. It's a Robert Reed Jr. Best Bet selection in number 3, Eyes of Justice, coming in from Leamington for trainer Stuart McQueen now. It's going to be Dan Clements on board for the ownership group of Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, and Don McClellan. Again, a Robert Reed Jr. Best Bet selection up and coming here in the second. It's the 3, Eyes of Justice. 8 trotters for an exactor try super. It's the start of our early pick 4.
J-Port High Class getting it done in the opener, looking strong at the wire again this time. Made our watch list last time around. Not the greatest value tonight, but even money to kick off that early pick 5. Many are likely still alive and kicking going into race 2, but the start of race 2 is also now our beginning of the early pick 4. Guaranteed pool, $7,500. We're going to look at our suggested tickets tonight. Start off with Sugar's early pick 4 ticket. He's taking the all button in here, right, where we kind of saw this race differently. He thought it was wide open. I'm going to go with a single. But he's going all here, and then just the 2 and 8 in race 3. That's Salzburg Boomer, and he's touring. In race 4, we're both going to be singled up on the 4, Ethel, who was so good in her lifetime debut when she got up by a head over Steady As We Go. And then in race 5, he's going 2 deep again with the 2 and 5. That's State of Treasure and the 5, Mr. John. 2 horses that I think are the main 2 players in there, but I'm going to go a little bit deeper. $6.40 is the price of his ticket for a 20-cent wager. For me, I'm singling up on the 3 here, Eyes of Justice. If I had to go too deep, it would be to a horse I've been very fond of, the 8, Dusty Lane Thunder. Like the way she's been racing as well. She gets the second-tier start tonight, might get away well off the gates. But I do think Eyes of Justice, new barn, Stuart McQueen, getting here to the raceway, and one that has been good on the lead in the past. I'm hoping that's the direction he goes tonight. And actually, one of the lower price doubles, along with the 8, Dusty Lane Thunder, 5-2 on the board right now for Eyes of Justice. Race number 3, 4 deep for me. I did put number 3, Silver Sandy's my top selection. Another horse coming in from Leamington. But I do think you've got to use the 2, Salzburg Boomer. The 4, Harlamov, is one I think has a bit of a chance at what should be a big price. And the 8, he's touring from the second tier. I think he should be in the mix throughout. Race 4, singled up on Ethel. I think, we saw a lot from her in her debut. She builds on that one. She should double up and find the winner's circle once again. Race 5, I do recognize the 2, State of Treasure, and the 5, Mr. John, kind of stand out among, ahead of the rest of the field there. State of Treasure, especially getting from post 7 now down to post 2 into a condition claiming race. I think you've got to like his chances. But I also think there could be a little bit of early action in there. So I spread it with a 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. Maybe we get a price down in the money leg of that pick 4 and the pick 5 as well. So that ticket is just $4 for a 20-cent wager. Again, that is the early pick 4 kicking off here in race 2. Guaranteed pool of $7,500. And you've got 3 minutes to map out your winning wagers. We'll come back after the post break, take a closer look at this upcoming dash.
Just prior to the post parade here, race number 2, we welcome our guest cappers once again this evening. Robert Reed Jr., Rod Adams Jr. of Nahoo Picks. Wonderful job setting up the action there on their website, nahoopicks.com, and Nathan Bain as well. All chasing after number 3, Eyes of Justice here in the second. Garner Barnsdale of Ontario Racing went for the 4, Kane Gang. Myself, I'm stuck on number 8, Dusty Lane Thunder. I keep thinking there's more there to be offered. Dusty Lane Thunder, a value player currently at 9-2. Trotters, I believe, wide open event up next here in the second race as we await the post parade. Here we go. Starters on parade for race number 2, a wide open trotting event here, led by the 1, AJ Titan. It's Anthony Hamlin driving for owner-trainer Mike Hamlin. Dominant Deo from post 2. It's owned and trained by Bill Leon. Ryan DeRoche on board for the drive. Eyes of Justice is number 3, now owned by Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, and Don McClellan, with Stu training. Dan Clements on board for the drive. John and Chris Yake share the ownership on 4, Kane Gang, with John training, Jason Ryan up. Lukewarm favorite status here at number 5, Junior at 3-1. Again, lukewarm favorite here for owner Dennis Duford. Trainer is Ashley Duford. 5, Junior. Number 6, it'll be Petro Angel, Brett McDonald for owner trainer Darrell Laver. George Catros and Mario Hebert share the ownership on a 7, Top of the Bar, with Catros training and driving. And the trailing spot for number 8, Dusty Lane Thunder. John Bell owns, Dane Pearson trains, Alfie Carroll on board 8, Dusty Lane Thunder. There you have it, that wide open field of 8 on the trot for an Exactor Tri Super. It's the start of an early pick 4 in London. So the second race, Trotters out there on their warm-ups, on their post parades. 5, make it $7,500 guaranteed pool pick 4 starting up here. Here's a look at Dan Clements on board. Number 3, Eyes of Justice here for the new connections. And Robert Reed Jr., you like this horse tonight. You've made him your best bet. So let's talk about it. State your case.
Well, first of all, I like the score down right
Ooh,
now.
look at
Gears
this.
are up.
He's going some here now too. I'm
Yeah,
watching and wow.
he is. Yeah, he's going some, and he looks like he's happy doing it
Yeah.
too, right? Which is something you like to see.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly looks like the years are up, and he's feeling good about himself. And he's a horse that has shown speed in the past. I've seen him go down the road in spots, and
Mm-hmm.
I just think that you look at that class overall. Yeah, it's coming in from Leamington. Now winners of 2,500 last three. This is probably I would say based on competition, more of a lateral type move. But I love the fact, you get a new barn now, high percentage trainer Stuart McQueen takes over the training duties, and just a horse that I think that could take a big step forward tonight. I really do, and 7-2 on the board, I think is a more than fair price because. Again, a good post to work from speed. And Sugar, that I'm a big fan of Dusty Lane Thunder, right?
Yes,
It pained me to pick against that mare.
Yeah.
But I just think he gets the post edge, right? Like he's got to bust out of there.
Nose on gate,
doesn't
right?
get to the front, yeah, if he doesn't get to the front, then obviously I don't like my chances as much. But I'm hoping he's on the leader in the 2-hole.
It's an amazing looking board of wagers right now. The top board has this one wide open, which I thought all along. You've got a number of them at the 7-2 and 4-1, and now a lukewarm favorite at number 2, Dominum Dale. It's probably the 4th or 5th horse we've seen as a favorite here prior to race number 2. So a wonderful job by our racing office putting this trot together for the opening leg of pick 4. And speaking of Dusty Lane Thunder, we're looking at him nice and relaxed here. Alfie Carroll on board, and it was tough for him a couple of starts ago. He took the class drop last time out, but he drew poorly and never really got into it. He does have a little bit of speed in front of him with AJ Titan leaving the rail, hoping to be sitting midfield or better in the early going.
Yeah, and I think she's a horse, kind of a big trotting mare, and one that has some gears when she makes a move. I would have loved her if she was inside nose on gate, okay?
Yeah.
Because I've seen her actually, kind of leave out well enough to make that mid-race move and then, get away from her competition. I just don't know how it happens tonight, right? Second tier, you got to get away, and then, how much is she going to use in the middle stages? I'm not really sure. So I do have her pegged in for second. Like I said, it pained me not to put her on top. Another just point for Eyes of Justice is in these wide open type races, now 2-1, yikes, the more we talk about them, right?
Right.
I like to go to a horse where there's a reason for improvement, right? And there's a barn change with him as well. So, I mean, it's just you mentioned that the best horse or the worst horse in this race probably isn't even indicative right now at 2-1 to 13-1.
Right.
It's probably even tighter than that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is a very tightly contested group where post position is really the great equalizer.
Yep, you might be right with number 3, Eyes of Justice, drawing well in here, just has to get away cleanly, and we've already seen this horse score down very nicely, and the more he went through that bottom turn, the quicker he got, and he was going along nice and smooth there for trainer Stu McQueen. The new ownership connections, Dan Clements on a great roll here over the last few weeks in London. A few more to look at here. Number 4, Cane Gang, actually a top selection for Ontario Racing in here, and Jason Ryan hitting the winner's circle last evening here in London.
Yeah, and I can't fault putting him on top, right? Because it's a big class relief spot for Cane Gang, and also a post relief as well. Last time, post 3 against Tuffrey, I didn't get away well, but before that, trailing post 7, and now this is also coming back off some time away as well. So it's 4th start back. I mean, there's a lot of boxes being ticked on Cane Gang as well. I just haven't really liked what I've seen recently. He'd have to kind of take a big step forward, I think, in order for him to find the winner's circle tonight.
Right on. We've got the horses and drivers getting set to go postward here in race number 2, wide open trotting event. Set to line up here, and the starter has called for the trotters. And an even further drop here at post time to number 3, Eyes of Justice. 6-5 is now the clear favorite, and that has created plenty of value on the remainder of the field. The next choice being a 9-2 co-second choices in 2, Dominum Deo, and the 8, Dusty Lane Thunder. So here we go. AJ Titan, Dominum Deo, Eyes of Justice, Cane Gang, Junior, then Petro Angel, top of the bar, and Dusty Lane Thunder back tearing it, top of the stretch. Race 2, Trotters. Pick up speed. Here they come. A breaker here. A couple of breakers. The 1 and 4 jumping it off here. They're off, and it's going to be Junior to take them on into their Eyes of Justice towards the inside. Away nicely here for Clements. Eyes of Justice. Going through that opening turn just like he scored down. So slick and smooth, and he's straight and strong all day long in the early going. Eyes of Justice out there by 2.5. It's going to be Junior to trot from second. Petro Angel away cleanly to be third. It's Dominum Deo to look at it from fourth. Fifth best away for Top of the Bar. Next in line 6 was Dusty Lane Thunder. And then the breakers at the start. AJ Titan next to last, and way back to Kane Gang. 28 and 4, opening quarter mile speed. It's Eyes of Justice here for the new connections, maintaining a 2-length margin to Junior, who's tracking second. Petro Angel stayed in there third. Underway at a fourth. Travels Dominum Deo, and the follow on the cover. Top of the Bar, Dusty Lane Thunder looks at it from sixth, and a gapped off seventh for AJ Titan. 59 and 3, halftime speed. It was 30 and 4 through that second quarter, and it's still Eyes of Justice on top, and it's still Junior pocket riding second. Dominum Deo out there third, appears to be spinning the wheels now. It's Petro Angel, a locked and blocked fourth, out there in fifth. Top of the Bar, Dusty Lane Thunder switching widest of all down the backstretch. They're going to be 3 and 4 wide on by 3/4 and 129 and 3. Eyes of Justice still going forward here. It's Junior considering a pocket pull, and way up on the outside travels Top of the Bar. Dusty Lane Thunder is following on that, and in behind the wall is Petro Angel. It's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and here's Ketros with Top of the Bar showing up late to go on by. Eyes of Justice, late trot down from Petro Angel. Top of the Bar, and Ketros get there. Second best was Petro Angel. Eyes of Justice stayed on for third, with Junior fourth in 2 minutes and 4/5. Judges' inquiry here. Judges' inquiry involves the start. Had a couple of breakers in behind the gate. They are going to review the start of race number 2. Judges' inquiry. Hold all tickets. It's the 7, Top of the Bar on top. 7, 6, 3, 5. It's unofficial. Here we go. Starters. On parade. It's the winner's circle. Number 7, Top of the Bar. She's come back. 4-year-old daughter, Muscle Mass at a balance bar by Conway Hall. Owned by George Catros and Mario Haber. It's George doing the training and the driving. This mare picking up her 6th career win. It's number 2 of 2022. And tonight it's a victory from off the pace in 2 minutes. 4/5. Top of the Bar with the mild upset here in race number 2. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the judge's inquiry, it's going to be a parimutuel refund on all Win Play Show, Exacta Try, Superfecta tickets on number 8 Dusty Lane Thunder for being interfered with prior to the start. Again, the 1 AJ Titan off stride interfering with 8 Dusty Lane Thunder prior to the start. It's going to be a refund now. And any and all multi-leg wager tickets on the 8 Dusty Lane Thunder, you would get the post-time favorite being number 3, Eyes of Justice, who happened to finish third. There will be a daily double consolation payout onto the 8 in race number 2. Going official here. We are going official. AJ Titan was 7th. Dominum Deo 6. Eyes of Justice 3rd. The King Gang was 8. Junior 4th. Petro Angel 2nd. Top of the bar was a race winner. Dusty Lane Thunder 5th. 28 and 4. 59 and 3. 129 and 3. The mile was 2 minutes 4/5. Top of the bar and Ketros. From the top, a 7, 6, 3, 8, 4, 2, 1, and 5. Again, the refund of number 8, Dusty Lane Thunder, for being interfered with prior to the start. And those of you that did play the 8 horse in your pick 5 and pick 4, you would have gotten the post-time favorite being number 3, Eyes of Justice, who happened to finish third. $8.50 to win for top of the bar. That Exacta Quebec at $75.90. Dollar Try $168.95. The Super for a buck $468.35. The early double returning $18.50. The consolation double on to the refunded horse number 8 comes back at $3.10. We turn the page and go on to race number 3 now as we switch to the pace. On the pace for race number 3 up and coming, the 5, Cimarron Pat Can't See Back to Blind Bridle, and number 6, St. Lad's Mischief Make the Driver Sam Filion. This third race, Exacta Try, Super the start of a pick 3 going postward in about 4 minutes. Here we go. Starters on parade as we switch to the pace. Pacers here for the third. Horses and geldings, $15,000 claimers. Non-winners, 10,000 life. Exactor try. Super pick 3 kicks off. Number 1 Inks Lenger. Garrett Rooney for Don and Heather McGregor. And Peter Core with Peter training. Salzbrook Boomer at a post 2. This one for Rebecca Williamson and Lori LePage. Lori trains. Paul McKenzie stays on board for the drive. Dan Mead, the owner. Daniel Mills, training 3. Silver Sandy, Todderborth. Number 4, it's Gardamov. Blue Shoe Investment Zoning. Jordan Sumner trains. Travis Henry up. Then the 5, Cimarron Pat, the bridle change, switching to a blind for owner-trainer Troy Cochran, Dan Clements. St. Lad's Mischief 6, Sam Filion now driving for Allison and John Kennedy with John training. Lori Cowan owns, John Cowan trains, 7. 24K, Scott Ray in the bike. And then the trailing spot for 8, he's touring. This one for RAW Equine Inc. and Mark Horner, Mike Horner, the trainer and the driver. From the top here, we've got a field of 8 starters. At the top of the program, Exactor Try, Super. It's the pick 3, starting up. Getting a look at another one scoring down in London. That's a 3, Silver Sandy with Tyler Borth on board. And this is a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. And again, going back to a Leamington starter who spent most of the fall and late summer down around Leamington. Silver Sandy for the trainer, Dan Mills. Tyler Borth on board, a 3rd place finish last time out. And yeah, you're going to back this one for your top selection here in the 3rd, Robert.
Yeah, I will. It's 6-1 on the board right now. Nice price. And you know what, Sugar? I would love it to see all my top selections just turn in the post parade and score down like that. I know it didn't work out last race, but I'd gladly take that.
Right. It's nice to see them score down. That's quite a bit of my game plan prior to races. If I can see anything that allows me to think one horse is going to leave over the other, or even just a spot, a post parade pick. And yeah, there was one last night here that I spotted and got let go at a pretty good price. But I'll try to find one of those post parade picks here tonight with eyeing them up here prior to going to the gate. And yeah, this 3, Silver Sandy, 9-2 right now. What is it that you like about this horse?
Well, I think that the last effort in Leamington was a good one, and trainer Daniel Mills was actually aboard for several of those efforts.
Right.
Since, he ended up going to that trainer's barn, and last time Scott Ray jumped aboard, much better effort. Now you get our leading driver Tyler Borth in the bike, and I think that's enough for me to jump aboard. Back to the condition claiming ranks, was racing an open non-winners at 2. Has raced in the condition claimers before, but I just think this is a really good spot. And if she can leave off the gate like she just scored down, I think if he can leave off the gate like he just scored down, I think he can certainly, do some damage early in here. And I think it's a field that might have a hard time catching the leader if there's maybe a breather in there.
When a catch driver is hopping up on one and they're scoring them down at a pretty good clip, it's a pretty good bet that they're going to show some gate speed here. So look for number 3, Silver Sandy, to maybe ride along up close in here. Another one that you've got pegged as a player in here is number 2, Salzbrook Boomer. I like this horse as well. The inside post, nose on gate, definitely has speed, and the horse players are backing this one right now at 4-5.
I think he deserves that designation, and it's because, like we said, right, inside post, tons of early speed. Last time didn't try to leave. I mean, it's not easy to always leave from an outside post here, right, at Western Fair. I mean, you got to kind of pick your spots.
Yeah.
And I think tonight, though, it's got to be down the road mission, and maybe this is a 2 old Silver Sandy or vice versa. Either way, I'd be happy with it. And I think Salzburg Boomer gets a big piece of it, no matter what, at the wire. looks pretty sporty on the track right now, and a horse that certainly seems to have found his form when he races in this kind of a condition claiming race.
Okay, we mentioned Dusty Lane Thunder leaving from that trailing spot. We weren't sure where he was going to be working out his trip from. He actually got interfered with prior to the start, was refunded, but managed to get away in 6. You can count on the trailing horses to not be well spotted in the early going. And here we've got He's Touring, who I have backed as my top selection. You've got him pegged for third. Beaten favorite last time out, but, if he was to think about leaving behind the 2, Salzburg Boomer, I'd like him even more, but I'm just not sure what's going through Horner's head right now. Does he leave from the one behind the 1 Inkslinger, who doesn't really show a whole lot of early speed? Well, you'd have to go down the page. I guess he does. He's got that second best at 1:27 and 2 at Grand River, but here in London, Inkslinger has been kind of underachieving.
Yeah, I agree, and we haven't really seen that much interest in the early going, right? And I mean, that's why Inkslinger was a horse that I was a big fan of racing in Sarnia. Then when he made the transition to Grand River, I was all over him.
Yeah,
he's kind of been on declining form. He raced well 2 back to be second, but yeah, I'd be leery of backing one that's got to start behind him tonight. Not to say Inkslinger can't turn it around. Maybe the Real Control will help it. But, I'm going to go in a different direction.
I'm going to hope the 8 He's Touring is going to be sitting 4th or better at the quarter, and I'm going to stick with that one as my top selection. So the gate is moving, and in behind it, we've got Inkslinger, who does get a rail to work with, then Salzburg Boomer, Silver Sandy, Karlamov, then Cimarron Pat, St. Led's Mischief, 24K for 7 on gate, and 1 late being He's Touring. It appears the 8 He's Touring is going to try to score behind the 2, Salzburg Boomer, the expected speed. Here they come. They're off. Salzburg Boomer first off the car, and Inkslinger is showing interest in the breaker in the backfield. He's Touring. Jumped it off there in the early going. He's back down pacing, but he's in a huge hole early. It's going to be Salzburg Boomer on top. Quickly now, here's Karlamov. Karlamov at 21-1 is going to the top. Karlamov, unfamiliar territory here. It's open road, and he's now 3, make it 4 lengths better than the pocket sitter. Salzburg Boomer, 28-1, lit up here in the early going. Karlamov with Travis Henry steps out by 5. Salzburg Boomer is traveling in second. Inkslinger third. 4th best away for Silver Sandy. It's Cimarron Pat out of 5th. Following up these out of 6, He's Touring. Then it's back to St. Led's Mischief and the trailer, 24K. They've come back to him now. This is Karlamov. His lead is diminished down to a length and a half. 58-3 was a quick half for Karlamov, the 3-year-old son of Shadow Play, trying to step out and go downtown tonight. 3/8 left to go for an unchallenged Karlamov. Staying in there second, Salzburg Boomer underway at a third. Inkslinger trying to reverse that form here for Rooney, and on that cover will be Silver Sandy. He's Touring, has regrouped after a poor getaway, circling up 3 deep now for Horner, has just taken 4th at 3/4, 28-4. Karlamov is still going forward, trying to reach that wheel. Inkslinger locked in the box here in third. Salzburg Boomer still coming on the wide side. He's Touring, and in behind the wall, Silver Sandy. Time to show him if you got him here. Karlamov still the one, still coming. Inkslinger wide side. He's Touring, had that very poor start. He's Touring for Horner, maybe, over Inkslinger. And along the inside, Salzburg Boomer was punching through. Very tight on the line. 2 minutes, 2/5. Judges' inquiry here. They will be reviewing the break by 8 at the start. Hold all tickets. It is the 8. He's touring winning 8, 1, 2, and 3. It's unofficial. The judges' inquiry does involve that unofficial winner. Number 8, he's touring. They will be reviewing his break at the start. Hold all tickets. Was a bumpy beginning, but a pretty good finish here for number 8. He's touring. 4-year-old stallion son of He's Watching out of Grand Tour by 4 Stars Shark, owned by RAW Equine Inc. and Mark Horner. Mike Horner training and driving for this win. Should it become official, he'll go right to his mark of 2 minutes 2/5. Third career victory. He's touring here at 4-1. Again, it's unofficial. As a result of the judge's inquiry, they say no violations by number 8, no violations of the breaking rule by number 8. It appears 8, 1, 2, and 3 is going to stand here in the third. So again on tape, He's Touring did come back for the winner's circle. Photo, Mike Horner was training and driving for RAW Equine Inc. and Mark Horner. He's Touring overcomes the judge's inquiry for the victory here in race 3. $10.80 on the win ticket. Nice price for He's Touring. Exacta worth $43.10. The dollar try. $45.70 dollar super, $160.70. Nice price on the super for those four. $160.70. The 20 center worth $32.14. Ink Slinger was second. Salzburg Boomer third. Silver Sandy fourth. Karlamov was fifth. Cimarron Pat seventh. St. Lad's Mischief was 6, 24K 8. He's touring the winner, 28 and 1, 58 and 3. 128 and 4 and a mile of 2 minutes 2/5 gets He's Touring right to his life best. From the top, a 2-3, 4-5-7, 6-8-1. Fourth is next. It's a best bet selection in the upcoming fourth. Number 4, Ethel, is a best bet selection for Rod Adams Jr. of Nahoo Picks. Find all the picks and ticket ideas for major harness racing tracks throughout North America. You can go to nahoopicks.com. Ethel would also be my best bet selection on tonight's card. I don't see her getting beat tonight. I see her going 2 for 2 lifetime after taking her career debut in her latest. 7-horse field on the pace up next for an exactor. Try Super at a daily double. It starts at 8 minutes. There's that win photo from race number 3. It got fairly close. He's touring, gets the job done over Ink Slinger. He's touring, overcoming that early break from the trailing spot. 5 minutes wagering time, the upcoming 4th. Here we go. Starters on parade for race number 4. Fillies and Mares on Winners 5000 Life, led by the one, Time Mile Spectrum. This one going to side rolls tonight. Ryan DeRoche driving for Don and Ken Beatson along with Cole England. Don does the training. Here's number 2, Miss Liz C. It's Sam Fillion on board for Gino Toscani, the trainer Ashley Lenvoy. First time starter here at a post 3. It's Untimely Arrival, daughter of All Bets Off here. Goes out for Peter and Raymond Core along with Tom Hodgins. It's Peter doing the training and driving. Number 4 is Ethel, big daughter of Sports Rider out of Let's Rock and Roll by Rock and Roll Hanover for the owner, trainer, driver, Pat Barr. Brad Wilson owning Dwayne May training. Number 5, Rose Ricky, Andy Moore. And then the 6, Sunshine and Rain, Tyler Borth gets the call here for Keith Wilson and Dean Wall. Dean trains. And number 7, Macaloo gets Garrett Rooney in the sulky for Don and Heather McGregor. It's another one for trainer Peter Core in this one. A 7-horse field on the pace, an exactor try, super, and a daily double kicks off here in the 4th. Here we are into the 4th race, and Ethel, a best bet selection here for our friend of the show, Rod Adams Jr. of NahooPicks.com. I've also made this mare, or this filly, my best bet. I mentioned mare because she looks like a mare. She's a good-looking size here, the 3-year-old daughter of Sports Writer, and got a little bumpy gaited in the early going, Rob, in her career debut, but boy, did she put in a nice final 1/8 of a mile to go by steady as we go.
Yeah, she did. She was, trying to leave out of there before putting those steps in. Had to then take back into the 3-hole and, kind of followed steady as we go. And you just kind of see, the size difference between those two fillies, that Ethel was going to get the better of her, as much to the dismay of my pick 5 tickets. On that night. But she is a big, strong-looking filly, and it's one of those ones where you think as long as she gets around cleanly tonight, going to be tough to beat her, right? I mean, only going to get better off that effort. The qualifier was a good one, and again, I think she doubles up in here as long as she goes out and minds her manners.
She just like that good size and nice and easy going. She just looks. She doesn't look like a young 3-year-old at all. She looks very mature and. I mentioned this time last week as we were getting a look at her. She looked kind of special last week, and she's looking the same here. There's just something about her that she appears to be made for some pretty good things around here.
Yeah, I think so too. I guess if you had a pick of the parade last week, it would have been
right.
Ethel. And
right.
We got to get the sponsorship on that. Don't we? Sugar's pick of the parade. We should have it nightly.
Well, you never know. We find one now and then, but they've been scarce this meet. I mean, even last race, I was trying hard to find one. I thought the 4 was looking extra special, but that one went to the lead and gave up in the late going. He's touring. Big trip for Horner, to make a break at the start. I thought the horse would have been out of it.
Yeah, I actually thought that he had no chance at that point. Real big effort from He's Touring. And you know what? Karlamov, looked like maybe he was going to go the distance there for a bit, right? I mean, he was kind of my bombs away play and my multi-legs. I was already dead, of course, but I thought he might actually be able to get it done on the engine. And you're right, he was looking very good before the start of that race.
Right on. In this 4th race, we're now looking at Todd aboard the 6, Sunshine and Rain. Now, definitely this 2-year-old, she needed that last start. She had missed about, we're going to call it 2 months of racing action. And traveled first up towards 3/4 over there in 29 and 3. Sunshine and Rain, I'm thinking right now, I can't understand at 10-1. I was thinking maybe 5-1 against this group.
Yeah, I thought she would be somewhere in that range as well. It was kind of a toss up between her and Miss Liz C for my second choice, and really post kind of played into it. Plus the fact that Ms. Liz C does have a lot of speed off the gate, but
Sure.
one that doesn't necessarily the smoothest of going at times. But yeah, Sunshine and Rain, I kind of like those efforts further back too, right? That they she's got some decent form lines there, and I think like you said, back to missed a week again, but with that start under her belt, she should only be better. And Tyler Borth, knows her well. He's been aboard 4 times in the past, and she looks sporty on the track. So definitely one that I'd be using in the exotics underneath.
Right on, getting close to post time here. Ethel is taking the action here. Even money right now. I honestly thought Ethel would be like a 2 to 5, 3 to 5 horse in here. So right now at even money, I think it's a fair price. You're getting a look at number 2, Miss Liz C, who appears to be taking late action now at 3 to 2.
Yeah, and I thought she would just because of those speed lines, right? And I saw her race quite a few times at Grand River, and a horse that I kind of jumped all over in her first few starts of her life, and one that has shown a lot of speed, but doesn't kind of close it out, right? You can see right there on the program page, all the way on the lead, get beat ahead, all the way in the lead, get beat a neck. A horse that kind of gets leg weary late in the mile, but still 6 on the board finishes from 13 starts. Has raced against some pretty decent horses at times as well. I mean, you can see she competed in the Battle of the Bells elimination there on July 25th. So I think that if she goes out and minds her manners, by all rights, she should get a pretty big piece of this. I just don't know if she's going to be able to hold off Ethel. And the other thing that Ethel has in here is a maturity edge over a lot of these horses. Not an experience edge, but she's a 3-year-old against a lot of 2-year-old fillies.
Right on. Something to consider here as the starting gate does roll into position. There is still time here, folks, but you would have to hurry. Gates moving. It's going to be Time Out Spectrum, Ms. Liz C, Untimely Arrival, then Ethel, Rose Ricky, Sunshine and Rain, and Macaloo for 7 on gate. Fourth race Pacers in London, picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. And to take them on out of there, well, it'll be 4 across. Off stride went Ethel. Ethel did make a break this week. Going through the opening turn, Ms. Liz C out in front. Another break by Ethel. Ethel at 1 to 9 is now last as they go up to the quarter mile. Loose up front, Ms. Liz C for Sam Fillion, released here at 7 to 2, tracking second. Untimely Arrival. Untimely Arrival was opening up as one of the favorites in here. Now the second longest shot on the board at 25 to 1 with a 2-hole ride. The quarter mile was 29 and 2, and it's Ms. Liz C who will be left alone here. Untimely Arrival is second, tracking third. Sunshine and Rain watching from fourth is Rose Ricky, fifth best for Time Out Spectrum. Staying along the inside was Macaloo, and underway off the back end travels the heavy favorite Ethel. Ethel is underway. She just took fifth as they get over the half and just 101. Nice breather, 31 and 3. And not traveling through the turns all that well here in London. Miss Liz C, she's up front, racing greenly on her front end mission. Continuing second, Untimely Arrival out there third, and gaining Rose Ricky. That's cover for that heavy favorite, Ethel. And now it's a buried fifth for Sunshine and Rain as they race on down the backstretch, and they're still all following the green leader, Miss Liz C. Ethel now, she's put in play. Ethel has circled up from last. She's now moved into second at 3/4, 131 and 3, and it's Ethel, and she's come on to challenge Miss Liz C with just over an eighth left to go. Stepping between pacers there was Rose Ricky trying to come on through Sunshine and Rain. It's an eighth left to go, and along the inside, Miss Liz C. Ethel went by, though. Ethel has gone to the top. So here's another one that made an early break and has gone on to victory. Ethel for the win. Second best was Miss Liz C. Then Rose, Ricky, and Makaloo from well back to finish fourth in there. 201 and 2. But of course, a judge's inquiry here involving the unofficial winner, number 4, Ethel, at 1-9, holding all tickets. Again, a judge's inquiry here involving the unofficial winner, number 4, Ethel, at 1-9. She is a winner. She did make a break or two in the early going, the subject of a judge's inquiry, holding all tickets. Footage going out here. Here's the head-on. Looking at the start of the unofficial winner, number 4, Ethel, holding all tickets here to the result becomes official. Again, race number 4 still under review here. They are reviewing the start and the first turn action by number 4, Ethel, the unofficial winner, holding all tickets still. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the judge's inquiry, number 4, Ethel, was interfered with following the start by number 6, Sunshine and Rain. She will receive the IX. She was interfered with to cause the break, and thus no placings here. No violations by the 4, Ethel. She was interfered with by number 6, following the start, which caused her break. She would receive the IX. 4-2-5-7. Look at the stand here in race number 4. And on tape here is the 4 Ethel coming back. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Sports Writer out of Let's Rock and Roll by Rock and Roll Hanover for the owner, trainer, driver, Pat Barr. She was bred in Courtright, Ontario by Jeff Moore. Ethel makes it 2 for 2 lifetime and a mile tonight, 2:01 and 2, overcoming the early breaking action. Congratulations. 4, 2, 5, and 7. Look in the stand. $230 to win. Exactor $440. Buck Try $24.35. Buck Super $106.15. 20 Centerworth $21.23. Time Out Spectrum 5th. Miss Liz C was 2nd. Untimely Arrival 7. Ethel was a winner. Rose Ricky 3rd. Sunshine and Rain 6. Macaloo was 4th. 29 and 2. 101. 131 and 3. Mile of 2:01 and 2. Doubling up was Ethel. From the top, a 5-2-7. 1-3. 6 and 4. Our 5th up next. It's the early super high five opportunity. Put the blinkers on number 2, State of Treasure. 8 pacers for an exactor try. High five, 7 minutes to think about it. Here come your horses and drivers now for race number 5, and it's exactor, try, super high five time. And number 1, Jays and Tigers. This one for Diane Sylvester, the trainer driver, Chris Johnston. Switching to blinkers tonight, number 2, State of Treasure for Colonel Schneider Jr., Cassidy Schneider training, Travis Henry on board. Brad Van Stone owning and training 3, Poplar Luke, Garrett Rooney. And then the 4, Spare Time Serg. It's Tom Bain, Vince Lombardi, Chris Manana sharing ownership with Tom doing the training. Scott Ray stays on for the drive. Number 5, it's Mr. John for John Philippot and Dr. Trevin Shive. It's Katie McNeil conditioned, Todderborth driven. Made to Shine 6, Lauren House gets the call for owner-trainer William Stevenson. And then 7 outside for Gascoigne Sunday for Murray Graham MacDonald. Rachel Andrew conditions, Austin Sorey on board. And to round it out from the trailing spot, number 8, Shaken My Peaches. This one for owner-trainer Bud Moore. It's Andy Moore to do the driving. 8 pacers then for this exactor, try, and super high-fi play. Here we go then, looking at the starters for the high five in race number 5. Number 2, State of Treasure, a top selection here for Rob Reed Jr. And they've added blinkers tonight, and it's showing up right here on the warm-up. Hey, Robert?
Yeah, if I like horses that score down sugar, but if they look like that, I'm a big fan as well, right? Looks very sharp.
Yeah.
Ears are flickering back and forth, and he's looking really strong out there. Looking his mind's on business, and I just thought the State of Treasure was one that you look at the lines, racing, and now there's a 40,000 life last time, obviously a little bit over his head there against the legs of Calden Sick at 82-1. Before that, though, it was a winner known as a 20,000 life, and now gets tagged for a conditional claiming price of 15,000 plus allowance. So, by all rights, I mean, he should love racing in this class, and great post to work from. And those blinkers look like they have him right up on his toes tonight.
Yeah, he's looking very sharp. You touched briefly on the Called In Sick and big mile by that horse last night. He just appeared to be kind of green coming out of that final turn. He was letting up. He was a heavy favorite going first up for a long ways. And it appeared he was calling it a night, turning for home. But he came back on in the stretch drive, just missing.
Yeah, even though he got beat last night as a favorite, Sugar, he's a horse that, like I always say, finds a way to bring his A game.
Right.
I mean, he returns from vet scratches. He goes out and wins. He's raced well from difficult posts. He's raced well from difficult trips. I mean, he's just a horse that looks like he just likes to win, and likes to go out there and certainly be a part of it no matter what the situation is.
All right, a second choice for you and a top selection for me is going to be the 5, Mr. John. Now, Mr. John, going to be his second start back off the extended layoff. Had some pretty good gate speed for the outside post 7 last time out. Worked out a trip to finish or to sit second, but just got a little short on the end, finishing 4th to Masked Man.
Yeah, and they were rolling early, right? That was a 28 2 quarter,
Yeah.
and Mr. John, you could see he was leaving with the gate.
Yeah.
Had the disadvantage of a post 7, Masked Man, a speedy horse off the gate as well, put him in the 2-hole, and I thought Mr. John, a horse, and I think you mentioned it too after the race, that he just looked a little bit short, right?
Yep.
He'd been off for a long time, and certainly a pretty good effort off that kind of a layoff. Looks pretty good on the track right now. Looks like he's certainly in good order, and a horse that by all rights should be more than competitive against this group. Another one recently getting into the condition claiming ranks.
Right on. Could be the exactor box right there going underneath the wire. 2 and 5 there. Taking the action on the tote board. It's 8-5 currently on 2. A State of Treasure and a 2-1 for number 5, Mr. John. And yeah, there's maybe another to think about. Number 3, Poplar Luke. does his best work when on or near the lead. Garrett Rooney, you never want to leave Garrett off of any kind of ticket, especially a super high-five play where you just have to hit the top five.
Yeah, that's about the right number you like on Garrett too, isn't it? Around 8-1, right?
Pretty
On a horse
much.
that on the fringes, kind of a fringe type player, and 8-1 on the board. Popular Luke is an interesting horse for me because one that hits the board with frequency, picks up a lot of checks, like you said, does his best work when he's forwardly placed, and we'll see a good spot for him to kind of leave and sit and hope for the best. He's going to have some speed rate to his inside, I think, with State of Treasure. Mr. John might fire out of there again. If they ever hook up, he could be the one that's opportunistic. So I thought that he was one you have to have on your high five ticket, even in your try, maybe even your exacta. 8-1's a good price on Popular Luke.
Right on. We are getting set to go postward here. Any final thoughts? Any bombs maybe to include in the super high-five play here? There's some late action coming in actually on Spare Time Surge. Surprisingly, 6-5 right now.
Yeah, getting hammered down to 6-5. I thought this one's been racing pretty well. I don't know if he merits that short of a tag. I mean, I guess if I'm looking for one of the bombs, I'd look to the 7 or the 8, right? I mean, they're not huge prices on the board right now, but I think that might be where you want to go shopping for, those lesser shares of the high five and hope they add some value to the ticket.
Right on. Getting set to go postward here. The starters for race number 5. It's a field of 8 on the pace. And the late action continues to come in on number 4, Spare Time Surg and Scott Ray, 7-5. Gates moving. From the rail out, Jays and Tigers, then State of Treasure, Poplar Luke, Spare Time Surgs, Mr. John, then Made to Shine, Gascoigne Sunday. Shaking My Peaches is in the trailing spot. 7 starters on gate plus the lone trailer. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. State of Treasure, Mr. John, Gascoigne Sunday, and towards the inside, Jays and Tigers. That's your top 4 as they hit the opening turn. Mr. John on the outside for Todderborth is going to grab early control. State of Treasure got away in second. It's Jays and Tigers to race third. A tidy spot to race at a fourth. Gascoigne Sunday. And a midfield fifth for Spare Time Surg. Then the third to last, Shaking My Peaches. The back markers are Poplar Luke and Made to Shine. 28-1, quarter-mile speed. And looping the leader, State of Treasure. State of Treasure here at 6-5 has gone back to grab control over Mr. John in second. Traveling with them in third is Jays and Tigers. Snug Reigns in fourth. Sorry on board. A Gascoigne Sunday. It's a peek to the outside in fifth for Spare Time Surg, and that's going to force the issue for Gascoigne Sunday. He's going to go first up here at the half mile, 58 seconds flat. And it's State of Treasure, the one to take down. Second best continues to be Mr. John, an uncovered third for Gascoigne Sunday. Fourth and in, Jays and Tigers switching fifth and wide. Spare Time Surg traveling out of 6. We've got Shaking My Peaches off the back end. Poplar Luke winding it up for Rooney in a big way. Poplar Luke picking them off there out of the backfield. Going up and by 3/4. State of Treasure at that station 1, 27-3. Getting set to pull pocket is Mr. John. And way up on the outside travels Poplar Luke. Sticking around Gascoigne Sunday. Jays and Tigers still involved in the high five thus far. It's an 8th left to go. And on the outside, this is Mr. John trying to get the best of State of Treasure. Mr. John, State of Treasure, Mr. John for the win. Second best, we've got State of Treasure. It was close for third. Gascoigne Sunday was against Poplar Luke and appeared to be Spare Time Surg to round out the high five. For the high five, 5, 2, 7, 3, and 4. It's unofficial. Returning to the winner's circle, number 5, Mr. John, is second. Start back off the long layoff. 4-year-old son of Shadow Play, and it barks like a dog by Bettor's Delight. For John Philpott, a Dr. Trevin Shive, Katie McNeil conditioned. Todderborth, driven to win. And it's a mile tonight. 157 and 4. Mr. John, his 8th career win. It's number 2 on the season. Congratulations. 420 to win for Mr. John. Exactor worth $680. Dollar try, $22.55. The high five, 20 center worth $55.71. Daily double, $4.60. Pick 3 for 20 cents, $4.25. The pick 4 for a buck, $126.65. And the early pick 5, $63.20. Make it $63.32 on the 20-cent wager. Jays and Tigers was 6th. State of Treasure 2nd. Poplar Luke 4th. Spare Time Surg 5th. Mr. John was a winner. Made to Shine 8th. Gascoigne Sunday 3rd. Shaking My Peaches 7th. 28 and 1. 58. 127 and 3. And the mile of 157 and 4. Mr. John victorious. Top down a 6-2-4. 5-1-8. 3-7. Back half of this Tuesday night program set to begin with a late pick 5. Here's a $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after. Exactor try. Superfecta also here in race 6. Sam Filion driving number 3. Mortgage My Villa. A Nathan Bain best bet selection in number 5. Little Manny up and coming in race number 6. We're about 5 minutes left for wagers.
Mr. John getting it done in race number 5. Congratulations if you were able to score in that early pick 5 or early pick 4. Now it's time for the late pick 5 with guaranteed pool $5,000. Starting off in race 6 tonight with a 10-race card. Let's take a look at the tickets we've mapped out for you. Sugar and I, seeing it on similar wavelengths. He's going to go 3 deep here in the opening leg with a 3, 4, and 5. I like all three of those selections. I'm going to single up on the 5 Little Manny. And race 7, he's hitting the all button. It's a very competitive looking race for Philly Mares. Non-winners at 4,500 last 3. And then race 8 is going to be his single, the 3 Carson Shadow. And I agree. I think he looks very difficult to beat in there. Raced well to be second last time, but beaten just by a nose to Bayfield Beach. He's had a little bit of time off in between starts, not on a regular schedule, but nothing to be concerned about there for Carson Shadow. He is a very nice veteran of the sport, and I think he can get the job done in race number 8. 1-3 in race 9. I thought that race looked a little bit tricky there for non-winners at 2,500 last 3 on the pace. And then the money leg, race number 10, the 1, 3, and 8. Again, similar type horses as you'll see on my ticket. So me and Sugar on the same wavelength tonight. Hopefully we can punch home a winner here in the late pick 5. I'm going to single up on the 5 Little Manny here in the opening leg. Just think that he might be, too good for these ones. The concern is off a little bit of time shipping in from the East Coast as well. 2, 5, and 6 for me in race number 7. It goes to the 3 you want to be involved with. Layla Blue with the inside post. I think she's got a shot. She might provide some value from post 2. In race 8, I agree with Sugar. Carson Shadow, my single as well. So we're starting off with 2 singles in those opening 3 legs. 4 deep in race 9 with the 1, 2, 3, and 8. Want to stay towards the inside of the gate with the inside 3 plus the trailer. And then in the money leg, I do think that's kind of a wide open trotting event. So I made Field Gunner the 1 my top selection. Catch Canada, could be better this time around. Thought that, he probably could have closed it out last time, but didn't. And then also using the 2 outside horses, LA Magic, the 6 and the 7 Heineken Sealster. I also like Hot Fudge Sunday from the trailing post as well. So I think that, there's some price opportunities in those last 2 legs. $12 for a 20-cent ticket right there, $12 and 2 singles, and then using some spreads in some other races. 1 minute away until they'll be coming out on the track for race number 6. Again, it's the start of the late pick 5 guaranteed pool at $5,000. Start mapping out your winning wagers, and we'll come back to take a closer look at this upcoming dash after the post parade.
Starters on parade now for race number 6, this opening leg of Elite Pick 5 in London. Looking at the one phone in, back in from Leamington. For owner-trainer George Robinson, the driver Garrett Rooney. The number 2, Fernhill Breeze for Robert and Ron Woodburn. Cassidy Schneider condition, Travis Henry driven. Number 3, Mortgage My Villa. Sam Fillion now on board for Up a Creek Racing. John Kennedy trains. Here's George Kittros, training and driving number 4, Mercenary from Mary Kittros. And it's the 5, a Little Manny. Little Manny shipping in from Truro, Nova Scotia. It's owned and trained by Dr. Trevin Shive. It's Tyler Borth in the sulky. I'm Too Sexy 6, Ryan DeRoche for owner-trainer Bill Leon. And then 7 is Slick and Sporty, Scott Ray for Dave and Nathan Bain with Dave training. And the trailing spot for the 8, Bet on Brett, now owned by Kevin Skilton, trained by Dwayne Spitzig. The driver is Brett McDonald. There's no line to announce, no missing line for the 8. Bet on Brett. So again, Sam Fillion will be driving 3, Mortgage My Villa. This race features a best bet selection for Nathan Bain, one of our guest cappers, regular guest cappers here in London. He's on the 5, a Little Manny here in race number 6, and Tyler Borth gets the call on this one. It comes in from Truro, Nova Scotia, racing against some of their best. Those are some of their top class pacers in Truro, and showing 56 and 55 speed over that half miler. But it's been, 3 or 4 weeks between starts here for the 5, Little Manny.
Yeah, that's got to be the concern, right? I mean, the shipping's not as much a concern because you'd assume he was probably out here with a little bit of time to prepare for this race, for his return to Ontario. But it's almost approaching a month now, right? Over 3 weeks, and I think that he's one that you've got to look at and hear and think that he's probably the best if he's good to go. But that's the main question, isn't it, Sugar? And 1 to 2. I mean, look, I'm singling up on him in the pick because if it wasn't for singling him, I'd have to go really a pile deep in here. So I decided to just stick with Little Manny because I do think he's the best horse in the race.
Right on, race 6 to start up a late pick 5 in London. Heavy action on this Maritime Invader. He's been in Ontario plenty before. Does have a mark of 54 and 3, taking over Truro. He did win over the big track at Woodbine and Mohawk Park this season, 156 and 2. I believe that would have been back in the spring, but could be one to go to here, though the price I'm not a fan of, especially after missing a bit of time. 3 to 5 currently on the 5, a Little Manny. There are others to think about, and I'm thinking about number 4, Mercenary, and I actually made this one my top selection, thinking this could be the spot. Real nice horse, Mercenary. I'm just trying to think that he's going to find some back class here. I want Mercenary to dig down deep and find his back class. Anything close to it, he could handle these quite easy.
I agree with you, Sugar, and you know what? It was one of those ones where I was looking at it, and it pained me to not put him on top because I'm a big fan of this horse, and I agree with you. This looks like a spot where maybe he can find that back class. I mean, last time he raced against Tougher, and he was overland a long time and kind of kept on fighting until finally giving way, and this might be a spot where, I'd love to see him go forward off the gate. He's one that's pretty quick off the switch when he wants to be and on his best days. So I think right now, if you're looking at the 2 horses, Little Manny 4 to 5, Mercenary 7 to 1, I think Mercenary is definitely one you could get behind. But the key with him is that he's got to get forwardly placed and not go too taxing of a mile like I've seen him go so many times.
He's got to go to the point. He does. His latest win, his last win, came over the 5/8 track Sarnia late September. It was 155 and 4. If he can find that kind of speed, I mean, it's likely going to take a 56 or 57 mile to win it. Mercenary does have that gate speed, and I'm looking to his left. And for me, there's not a whole lot of gate speed. I know Phone In, he can leave with them in here, but for me, he's kind of outmatched. He is taking some action, Phone In, on the rail. He's a second choice 4-1, but this is a tough task. You know, this is a former $7,000 claimer here in London.
Yeah, I think Phone In, I agree with you. I looked at it and said, okay, the one thing appealing with him is the rail spot and a little bit of early foot. The problem is that he is kind of a horse that came out of the claiming ranks, did okay, and against some softer bunches and preferred fours at Leamington. And this is an interesting class because there's horses that are dropping down and other horses that I think are probably a little bit better than Phone In. So I think 4-1's an underlay on him, even from that rail spot. And I'd be looking, in the direction of the 2, 3, 4, and 5. Obviously, Little Manny is my top selection.
Right on, getting set to go postward here. The starting gate moving into position. And if I'm looking at them lining up, and I am, it's the 4 Mercenary looking very sharp on his way to the gate. He's actually the first one on the wings. What does that mean? We'll find out very soon. George Catro's currently 9-2 with number 4 Mercenary as they line up. We've got Phone In. Fernhill Breeze, Mortgage My Villa, Mercenary, Little Manny, Shipping In, I'm Too Sexy, Slick and Sporty, Bet on Brett is from the trailing spot. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Race 6 Pacers pick up speed. Here they come. And away they go. Little Manny timed it perfectly. Mercenary up between Pacers. He being roused here in the early going, and Phone In protecting his inside lane. A breaker. Fernhill Breeze has jumped it off. Going through that opening turn. Little Manny did take control. Phone In did take the 2-hole ride. Mercenary ducked and tucked for third. Outside and driving fourth. Bet on Brett. Bet on Brett, and Brett McDonald want nothing to do with sitting in behind this field. He left for the trailing spot. He's outside driving third, and that's cover for Mortgage My Villa. Plenty of early movement in this one as they sailed through an opening quarter mile of 28-2. It's Little Manny at 3-5 on the boogie. Second best Bet on Brett. He's in for a long night. Inside traveling third is Phone In. A second over toe up and fourth for Mortgage My Villa, and getting shuffled to fifth was Mercenary. Setting it up third over, I'm Too Sexy. Then came Slick and Sporty in the earliest breaker. Fernhill Breeze well back and out of it. 57-3 was the halftime speed. And it's Little Manny still going forward with Phone In the second. Out there in third, though hanging is Bet on Brett. Mercenary could use a way through. Mercenary soon to be third as they race on down the backstretch. Second and final time. Little Manny is still the one. Phone In is second. Mercenary, Bet on Brett way up on the outside. Mortgage My Villa is coming on late into the final turn after 3/4. 1:27-1. It's still Little Manny. Little Manny up top, Phone In second, Mercenary third, and 3 deep on the outside for Mortgage My Villa. And into the stretch they travel. Little Manny on top, Phone In from the pocket now. Phone In trying to gain on Little Manny. It's just not going to happen. Little Manny ships in to win. Phone In for the deuce. Mercenary third. And coming from way back, Slick and Sporty appeared to be fourth as the longest shot on the board. 1:57-3. It's the 5, Little Manny on top over 1 Phone In, then the 4 Mercenary, and 7 Slick and Sporty did get fourth. 5-1-4-7. Back-to-back wins for Tyler Borth on a pair of Maritime horses. A Little Manny follows up Mr. John's victory in the fifth. Little Manny, the 5-year-old son of Articulator, out of The Good Wife by Blissful Hall for the owner-trainer Dr. Trevin Shive. Tyler Borth was on for the Gate to Wire win in 157 and 3. Congratulations, he pays. 330 exactor, 1030 dollar try, 1865. The super for a buck, 169.80. The 20 center is worth 33.96. Phone in for the deuce. Fernhill Breeze was 8th. Mortgage My Villa 5th. Mercenary 3rd. Little Manny was a winner. I'm Too Sexy 7th. Slick and Sporty 4. Bet on Brett was 6th. 28 and 2. 57 and 3. 127 and 1. The Ma was 157 and 3. Little Manny for a Tyler Borth driving double. Top down a 285. 31746. Race 7 up and coming. Put the blinkers on number 2, Layla Blue. Put Garrett Rooney on number 4, Top Royal. One final driver change. Race number 10 tonight, the 4, Azúcar. Make the driver Tyler Borth. 6 minutes to post time on race 7, the late pick 4 starting up.
Little Manny getting it done to kick off the late pick 5 wager as the odds-on favorite. Really a much the best winner off that time and everything, and shipping in from Truro on the East Coast. Well, if you're alive or if you're not alive in that late pick 5, might as well jump in on the late pick 4 wager. Get started right here in race number 7. The pool is guaranteed at $5,000. And there is Sugar's ticket for this late pick 4. We're going to stay true for the most part to our late pick 5 tickets. He's taking the all button here in a very competitive looking race for fillies and mares. It looks like one that's really, might come down to the trip scenario because very competitive group. And race 8, he's singled up on the 3, Carson Shadow. I will be too. I think that one has just found a really good spot tonight and has been knocking at the door. Last time just got beat a nose to Bayfield Beach. Race number 9, the 1 and 3, that's Maximus Power, and the 3, Marito Hanover. And another competitive-looking group, I thought. Now we're at 25,000 last 5 for Pacers, and I think those are the right ones to be on, no question. But there's some other ones in there that, if they could find their form, might be able to provide some value. And then in the money leg, the nightcap, He's got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8, and really, I thought the last two races were competitive looking events, and that trotting field to close it out. You could go in several directions. That's what Sugar's doing, and I'm going to actually have the same approach on my pick four ticket. Starting off here, just going three deep with the 2, 5, and 6. I like Layla Blue from the inside. Thought that OK Jasmine's been racing well as of late. Nishama Bamber, if she can clear, she's going to be tough to beat. I think right now the even money favorite. Race 3, Carson Shadow single for me as well. 1, 2, 3, and 8 in race 9. Want to be on the inside horses and the trailing horse, and then the 1, 3, 6, 7, and 8 in the nightcap again. I thought it was a race where you could even hit the all button. I did try to get to half the field, but I got a little more with 5 of the 8 in the finale. And that ticket there, $12 for 20 cents, the same price as my late pick 5. Of course, I started off with a single of Little Manny in the opening leg. But just a minute away for you to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 4 ticket. And we'll be back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 7.
Pacing mares getting set to post parade here. Good looking field. Fillies and mares on the pace now. Winners 4,500 in their last 3, or 52.50 last 5. Also eligible. Got the claiming tags of 18,000 here. The 1 is excused to post parade. The 2 is Layla Blue. Layla Blue as Tyler Borth driving for owner trainer Doug Good. The blinkers go on. Number 2, Layla Blue here. Land of Paradise 3, it's Lauren House driving for Scott and Brad McNiven, along with Tom Broadhurst and Shirley Griffin, the Scott Trains. Browdown Farms Inc. owning, it's Kendall Ron training for Top Royal. Garrett Rooney gets the call. Mike Sumner owning and training number 5, OK Jasmine, Jason Ryan. Current favorite is number 6, A Sham of Amber. This one for Robert Paul Coulter. Coulter does the training. Paul McKenzie in the sulky for 6. Claude Mbayama 7. Travis Henry for Limco Inc. Trainers Vic Putty. And to trail out number 8, Casino Classic, Natasha Day for Scott and Keith Manders. Robert Manders training. And then the 1, Freedom Delight, is out there. Freedom Delight for Charles Windsor, Dave O'Brien, Linda Clark, and Josh Windsor, with Dave doing the training. Brett McDonald stays on to drive 1, Freedom Delight, a little bit late for the party, but in to go here for race 7, the opening leg of our late pick 4. Ready, getting a look at number 2, Layla Blue here. Layla Blue is going to the blinkers tonight here in race number 7. And just looking at selections here, it's one that Robert Reed Jr. has pegged on top. Now, with Layla Blue, she's been taking plenty of action in recent starts. She's been the favorite in 3 of her last 4. She didn't take that action last time out, but for me, she just wasn't a fan of the good track in 2 of those last 3 outings, and just been a victim of trip circumstance maybe. And then blinkers tonight, she's got to show more.
Yeah, I think that Sugar, this is a good spot for her for sure. I'm surprised with the price now. It's getting down to 6 to 1 on the board, but last time, Twinbee Sunkissed, right, would be 1 to 9 in here. There's no question about that.
Mm-hmm.
She'd be a much the best winner in here. She finished 4th of that one, had an inside trip before that, kind of got a difficult trip overland. And I think that this time around, I'm hoping she leaves out. The additional blinkers might give us that and just sits a trip. She's kind of a trip-dependent horse. She races her best when she gets a good trip. I'm hoping for that tonight.
Right on. It's Layla Blue with an inside post. Todderborth has won the last couple of races here, so you got the hot hands working for you, and Layla Blue just trying to turn things around here. She's been a fringe player in recent starts, but this could be the spot for Layla Blue. Number 6, the Sham of Amber, has got a couple of victories in her last couple of outings and racing for that tag, and likely a bit tougher. This group of mares to what she's been facing at the Flamborough.
I think so. Pound for pound, it should be a tougher group, right? And from post 6, she's a horse that's loaded with early speed. She does her best work on the engine. Can she get there tonight, though, right? There's some speed to her inside. I think Layla Blue looks pretty sharp on the track. She'll be leaving out of there. Okay, Jasmine might lead to her inside, and that's what really kind of can, hurt a horse like a Sham of Amber with that early foot. If the horse directly to her inside blasts out, makes it a much more difficult task. I don't really see any path to victory for her if she's not forwardly placed. I do think she's a big player in here, but I think you're right. There's some questions over how those horses she's been racing against stack up to this group.
I'd like her a whole lot more. She had an inside post in here. She does her best work when on or near the lead. And there are some levers in here to her left. I know Top Royal on her A game could show early speed. Layla Blue, Freedom Delight. I don't know. I just don't get this 6 to 5 right now on number 6, Sham of Amber.
Leave, right?
Right.
The inside, the 5 to her inside.
Yeah.
Might all try to go forward off the gate,
right?
Which puts her into a horrific position of either trudge on or take down. I think either one of those is not going to work out favorably to her. And I thought she would take action, didn't expect this kind of action. I honestly thought that one like OK Jasmine would be probably a little closer to maybe 2-1 in here. I thought Layla Blue would take support. She is now down to 4-1.
Right.
Now the price is floating up on a Sham Vamber though.
Yeah, no shot. I'm getting behind that one at 2-1. I mean, she's the morning line favorite in here. She was not a favorite in each of her last 2 victories over Flamborough, but here she is sticking around for favorite status here as they get set to go postward. I just can't get behind her. She'll have to beat me here in the opening leg of a late pick 4. The starter has called them in for race number 7. Gates moving. And just as Robert Reed Jr. talked up his top selection here, Layla Blue, she is taking a very sharp drop here come post time. 6-5 actually for Layla Blue here as they go in behind the gate. We've got Freedom Delight, Layla Blue, Land of Paradise, Top Royal, OK Jasmine, Ashama Vamber, Clodagh Bayama. Casino Classic is back tearing it for Day, top of the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. Off and pacing the best getaway for the 5. OK Jasmine crossed right on over here for Jason Ryan, leaving on into there for second. Ashama Vamber protecting the inside lane. Freedom Delight there for McDonald. Away in fourth, Layla Blue as they roll quickly through that opening turn. It's OK Jasmine closing up as a 5-2 second choice, depositing Ashama Vamber in for the 2-hole ride. So, yeah, Ashama Vamber odds inflated big time come post time. 28-1 the quarter mile speed for OK Jasmine. Ashama Vamber second. Freedom Delight traveling in third. Layla Blue under very tight lines is racing at a fourth. Movement now. There goes Top Royal. Top Royal out and rolling. Layla Blue stayed in. Cover on the outside. Clodagh Bayama is put in play. And from last, Land of Paradise down in front of us. They travel. OK Jasmine out there by 2.5. Second best on the outside. Top Royal now has come on to take second for Rooney. Along the inside, Ashama Vamber not keeping up. Clodagh Bayama out there in fourth. Fifth and in for Freedom Delight. Setting it up third over Land of Paradise. A terrible shuffle for Layla Blue, who's now next to last. Trailing the field was Casino Classic. Up and towards 3/4 they go. OK Jasmine, Top Royal reeling in the leader. Up between the Pacers here. It's Land of Paradise coming on through. Out there in third, though, was Clodagh Bayama way up on the outside for Casino Classic. They begin to bunch up here near the lead. Up on the outside, Top Royal. She's going a big one. Sticking around, though. OK Jasmine, Land of Paradise along the inside and the wide side for Casino Classic into the stretch. Top Royal on the outside. Top Royal, all kinds of heart, and she's trying to find the line. Top Royal, maybe. Clodagh Bayama coming right to her there at 40-1. A picture to decide the 7th. A win photo here in race number 7 is going to go to the longest shot on the board. Needing that all button, right? In leg 2 of the pick 5 and leg 1 of the late pick 4, and you got a 40-1 bomber chiming in here in Clodagh Bayama. She get towed right up into it and takes the win photo away from Top Royal, who was second. Casino Classic third. Layla Blue 4, 7, 4, 8, and 2. It's unofficial. Here's Travis Henry coming back with the extreme long shot. Clodagh Bayama. 9-year-old bay mare by Better's Delight out of Karina Bayama by Goliath Bayama for Limco Inc. A trainer Vic Putty, driver Travis Henry on for the victory in 1:57.3. Claude Mbayama in a 7th race stunner. About as wide open as you could get, right? 7, 4, 8, and 2. It's now official. Freedom Delight was 7th. Layla Blue 4th. Land of Paradise 5th. Top Royal was 2nd. OK Jasmine 6th. The Shem of Amber 8th. Clone Bayama, the winner. Casino Classic 3rd. 28 and 1. 58 and 2. 127 and 1. And a mile of 157 and 3. Clone Bayama. Paid $89.30. Exactor $657.90. Dollar Try $2,387.60. The Superfecta. This is a 20-cent payout. $5,075.48. Top down again. 7, 4, 5, 2, 6, 8, 1, and 3. Huge pricing there on race number 7. 12 minutes away from race number 8, the Exactor Try Super, the start of a pick 3 play. Tony Elliott 215, please. Tony Elliott 215. Here come your starters for race number 8, the Exactor Tri Super Pick 3 starting out. Number 1 is Maintenance Man Travis Henry for Colonel Schneider Jr. And Kimberly Hack, Cassidy Schneider trading Travis Henry, trying to come right back. Number 2, the Lone Ranger Garrett Rooney Pollets for Don and Heather McGregor, Peter Core Conditions. Carson Shadow 3, Jason Ryan on board for David Carson, the trainer Vicky Gregg. Here's your 4 at the beach, Hanover Samphilion for Gino Toscani, the trainer Ashley Lenvoy. And then the 5 is Dance Machine, this one owned, trained, and driven by Carol Voyer. Todd Borth is up on 6, Wilson Wall. Keith Wilson, Dean Wall share the ownership with Dean Training. Here's Austin Sorey on 7, JJ Powerball. This one owned and trained by Rachel Andrew. And to trail out, number 8, Mr. Rebelly. Mr. Rebelly for John McQueen. The trainer's Cam McQueen. The driver is Dan Clements. That is your field of 8 on the pace for this Exactor Tri Super and the start of a Pick 3 play. Alrighty, so we've got the 8th race coming up. The final multi-leg wager pick 3 is here, as well as the Exacta Try and Superfecta. Number 3, Carson Shadow takes the early action here at even money. It appears to be a fairly easy spot for Carson Shadow. He met up with a very tough customer in Bayfield Beach last time out, though he just missed by a nose in 156 flat, and Carson Shadow should be the one here, Rob.
I would think so. Even money, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that dip even lower come post time. I thought that, he looked like one of the most probable winners on the card tonight, Sugar. And like you said, it just looks like he's got a good spot. He gets to work from inside post. I think, some of his main dangers may have drawn towards the outside of the gates. And, he should be able to just get away. And he's one that can kind of rough it first over, race off cover. He can even go to the lead as well. So he's a versatile type. And I think looks like he's the best in here.
There's not much more to say about him. Carson Shadow finds an easy spot. It's an Ontario Racing best bet. I was thinking of making this one my best bet as well. Carson Shadow right now at 4 to 5, likely could go even lower here. I'm expecting a 2 to 5 or 3 to 5 win price on number 3, Carson Shadow. Very tough to go against here, and you went for some value for the deuce. Number 6, Wilson Wall. Does have that early speed factor to work with. He's always in the hunt. He's had a pretty good run this season, just shy of $30,000 earned for trainer Dean Wall.
Yeah, he's a hard-working horse, and one that, another one that can race with versatility, right? He's got that early foot off the gate. However, he can also, come from off the pace, and I think that, he might try to go forward tonight. I mean, it doesn't look there's like a tremendous amount of speed towards his inside, so he could lead for position. And like you said, right, he's always in the hunt. He's hit the board in 14 of 33 this season, and really has not turned in a bad effort in some time. So I think he should be in the mix throughout. 6 to 1's not the worst price in the world on Wilson Wall.
Righty. Wilson Wall, second best selection here for Robert Reed Jr. Here's an inside starter, number 2, the Lone Ranger. This one showed a little more last time out, coming back half in 57-4. Gets an inside post to work with, and Rooney on board. Rooney just missing with Top Royal, who certainly knows her way to the winner's circle here. How about Claude Mbayema? Would have been very tricky to find a horse like that to get the job done, but that's what we use an all button for now and then. And yeah.
I wish I listened to you on that one, Sugar, because it looked like a wide open event. You thought that, and you get a horse that huge odds from post 7 to boot, which I thought it was kind of an impossible spot for her. I really did, but the right kind of a trip, the right kind of scenario, the way the race panned out, and gets there at a huge number.
Yeah, it was a strange betting board right from the start and right up to post time, and there was a few of them that kind of inflated off the gate, and it was very tricky. But the one for sure long shot all the way through was that 7, Claude Mbayema, likely missed on many tickets for the multi-leg wagers. How about the Superfecta $5,000 for 20 cents? Here we go then. 8th race. Maintenance Man, the Lone Ranger, Carson Shadow at the Beach Hanover, Dance Machine, then Wilson Wall, JJ Powerball, one trailer, Mr. Rebel-E. It's a field of 8 behind the gate and off stride prior to the start. Number 1, Maintenance Man, appears to be not on his best behavior tonight. He's going to be well back at the start, likely the subject of a judge's inquiry here. And here they come. And they're off. And it's going to be Carson Shadow to grab this early control. Carson Shadow, and they're all trying to duck and tuck in the early going here. Carson Shadow did go away at an expected 2 to 5, second best. We've got the Lone Ranger set up for the inside lane there to sit 2, up for the treading spot. To be 3rd, Mr. Rebel-E, a midfield 4th for At the Beach Hanover, then in 5th, Wilson Wall. Traveling into 6 as they roll down the backstretch. And by that opening quarter mile, we've got the Dance Machine Trailer of this front seven is JJ Powerball and Never In It. Maintenance Man, 28-4, very comfortable here for a coasting along. Carson Shadow steps out there by 2. The Lone Ranger holding down the pocket. Traveling in third, Mr. Rebely, fourth and in. At the Beach Hanover, underway off the back end, JJ Powerball. And that's got a few of them looking to the outside. First to travel up at a third, Mr. Rebely, the half clocked up in an easy 58-1. Carson Shadow by 2.5. The Lone Ranger is second. Back to the pylons went Mr. Rebely, and that's got At the Beach Hanover rushing and brushing here for Sam Villion. Up and towards three-quarters, Carson Shadow. Quickly now, moving into second. At the Beach Hanover may try to give fits to the favorite here. The Lone Ranger is third. Back to the outside and fourth. Mr. Rebely, just over an eighth left to go after three-quarters. 126-4. Carson Shadow clinging to the lead over At the Beach Hanover. Carson Shadow almost there. At the Beach Hanover trying to pull the upset. Won't happen, though. Carson Shadow just enough to hold on. It appeared to be At the Beach Hanover for second. Then JJ Powerball was swarming in with the Lone Ranger, 156-3. Judges' inquiry, of course, they're going to look at the break by 1 at the start. Hold all tickets. Top four unofficial, 3, 4, 2, and 7. And again, the judges' inquiry involving the one maintenance man. For a winner circle photo, Carson Shadow, 6-year-old, a son of Shadow Play from the Apache's fame mare, Carson's Lady Luck. Owned and bred by Dave Carson of Listool. Vicky, Greg Condition, Jason Ryan, driven to win. A 19-time career winner now, 5 wins on the season. Carson Shadow just rolled gate to wire here in London. 156-3, just enough to hold on for victory. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the judge's inquiry, you can see it on the monitors there. Number one, Maintenance Man, well back at the start, did not reach the fair start pole at the word go, will be refunded. If you did wager on the one in any multi-leg wagers, you're going to get the post-time favorite being Carson Shadow at 2 to 5, and that one was a winner. Again, refunding all win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers on the one Maintenance Man for the unfair start. Going official here in the 8th. Maintenance Man was 8th and refunded for the unfair start. The Lone Ranger 3rd. Carson Shadow a winner. At the Beach Hanover 2nd. Dance Machine 7. Wilson Wall 6th. JJ Powerball 4th. Mr. Rebelly was 5th. 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 126 and 4. The mile 156 and 3. Easy for Carson Shadow. Top down 831, 2, 7, 6, 4, 5. 250 to win. Exactor came back at 1570. Dollar try 3060. Dollar super 117.70. Turn the page. Go on to race number 9. Over to the 9th. There are no changes. Good looking field of 8 on the pace for an exactor try super. It's the late double starting up in 10 minutes. Pacers on parade. It's the 9th race. Horses and Geldings non-winners, 2,500. Their last 3. Number 1 is Maximus Power for Kim McNiven, Doug Haywood, and Tom Broadhurst, with Scott McNiven training tonight. Dan Clements with the catch drive. And number 2, Mo Better. Mo Better has Johnny Hahn on board for Kerry Howard. The trainer is Jeff Graham. Perry Burke owning. It's Ron MacDonald training 3. Marito Hanover. Brett MacDonald up. And the 4, it's Ed's Idea, owned and trained by Annie Leon. Ryan DeRoche. Austin Sorey, Pottit's number 5. Sir Pugsley for Robert Woodburn, the trainer Taylor Fritz. And then 6, Come On Barney, Scott Ray for Diane Sylvester, the trainer's Dwayne May. 7 outside for Livin' Large. This one for owner-trainer George Robinson, Garrett Rooney. And then the 8-horse Mr. Cheeseman, Lauren House, Pottits for Don Douglas, the trainer Scott McNiven. 8 solid pacers here for race number 9, Exacta Tri, Superfecta, and starting a late daily double. Maximus Power currently sitting at 5-1. A decent value for this one, and a horse that has done most of his best work when on or near the lead. The rail advantage certainly helps here. It's going to be second time for the catch driver Dan Clements. Maximus Power down in class with a rail advantage here, Robert.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a score down from this 7-year-old gelding as well. I love the drop. I love the post position. I love the fact that you mentioned it, Sugar. This horse does his best work when he's sent to the lead. I think that's going to be the game plan tonight. It's pretty good scoring down right now for Dan Clements. And this is a field where there's not, a ton of depth to it. It looks like it's one where, if you just get away with the lead, sit a trip, maybe cut it out, I think he might be able to get the job done in here. So when I looked at this group, I just thought he fits it really well. And, of course, the pole position never hurts.
Maximus Power trying for his 17th career win. To follow that out of there is the other Scott McNiven trainee, number 8, Mr. Cheeseman, Lauren House. Stays on board that one. Another one that would like to be up close in here. He will be following out the speed of Maximus Power, talking about number 8, Mr. Cheeseman. Right now a value player at 9-1. You've got the trailing spot, but you got him pegged for second here, Robert. Number 8, Mr. Cheeseman.
Yeah, Mr. Cheeseman's kind of interesting for me. I've actually got him pegged for 4th. Sugar,
oh, okay.
It's okay, yeah, but he's one I do like in here, and you hit the nail on the head, right? He gets to follow out the 1 Maximus Power, and the thing about Mr. Cheeseman is he's a horse that, like you said, does his best work, on the engine or up close. If that one blasts off, there's no reason why he can't be right on his helmet to get away for a really good spot. Now, not really a horse that finds the winner's circle all that often. He's got 4 wins and 37 starts, but he's hit the board 17 times, right? So he's one that you can never discount from the exotics,
right?
Especially from that trifecta and super. And I think, where sometimes you look at the trailing post and say, wow, it's a really, really bad spot or a tough spot to get away from. This should work out tonight. By all rights, it should work out for him to get a decent trip.
Okay, and number 3, Marito Hanover. Now I see it there. You've got that one pegged for second. Number 3, Marito Hanover. I actually had this one pegged for the win. Now I went with this one for the win because it's going to be second time for the barn of Ron MacDonald with Brett MacDonald on board. Trailing spot at Flamborough, that's not going to work for a horse like this. This horse wants his nose on gate because his only 2 wins on his program lines are both gate to wire. This horse wants to rock and roll.
Yeah, he is one that likes to get out and going early, and I still remember, one of the times that he did win at Mohawk Park was at the time that I needed him desperately, and he was only 2-5 on that occasion when he won by a head, and it got a
Wow.
little bit dicey
Yeah.
in the late going in there. But no, Marito Hanover is one that I mean, on his best day, he looks like he should get the better of this group.
Right.
For me, I just looked at this race and thought, you know what, maybe not tonight, right? This is, he's missed a week between starts, or almost missed a week between starts, and before
Mm-hmm.
that, he was off for a little bit of time
Mm-hmm.
before he shipped over. I think if he's on his game, he can be there, but 3-5 to me is just too short.
52-3 over Flamborough earlier this year. Crazy mile over there.
It was, yeah, it was a monstrous mile, no doubt about it. But again, 3-5. I mean, again, he's got to be on his A game.
Okay. You're laying off him then at the price. The price is right, apparently, at number one. Maximus Power here. Second time Dan Clements on board at 4-1. Here we go. Maximus Power, Mo Better, Marito Hanover. It's Ed's Idea, then Sir Pugsley. Come on, Barney. Living Large for 7 across, and to trail out Mr. Cheese Man. They're at the top of the stretch. Race 9 Pacers picking up speed. Here they come. They're off, and in the center, it's Ed's Idea. Had the best beginning here for Ryan DeRoche, leaving on into there for second. Marito Hanover, way up on the outside. Sir Pugsley protecting an inside lane here is Maximus Power as they go through the opening eighth. Up on the outside, Marito Hanover being made to work to grab control. It's Marito Hanover going to the top. Sir Pugsley coming quickly on the outside here for Austin Sorey at 5-1. That one grabs control just at the quarter mile here in 28-1. It appears to be give, and it is go for Marito Hanover, who's come back around to grab the top. Marito Hanover by a length and a half now. Sir Pugsley went on hold here in second. Third best away for It's Ed's Idea. Back there in fourth, Maximus Power, decision to make, and he's going to go. Maximus Power first up here for Clements. Trying to follow up on that move. Mr. Cheeseman gets reminders. Mo Better switched outside. Next to last was Come On Barney and the trailer Living Large. 58-1, a halftime speed for Marito Hanover being driven along now. Maximus Power trying to gain on the outside. He is second best. Third and in for Sir Pugsley. Staying with them in fourth, it's Ed's Idea. Mr. Cheeseman under urging out of fifth, and way up on the outside, Living Large coming from last, going over to three quarters in 127-2. And it's still Marito Hanover here at 1-5. Maximus Power is challenging. Third and in for Sir Pugsley. 3-1 on the outside. Here comes a 17-1 bomber, and it's Ed's Idea. They make the swing. And along the inside, Marito Hanover, he's all in. Up on the outside, it's Ed's Idea. Sir Pugsley trying to come on through. Marito Hanover wires them up here for McDonald. Second best was Sir Pugsley. It appeared to be Maximus Power holding third over its Ed's Idea. 157-2. Returning down in front, unofficial winner of race number 9. It's the 3 Marito Hanover. A 4-year-old Brown got its son of Better's Delight out of Marima, Hanover, by Western Hanover, owned by Perry Burke of Quebec. Ron MacDonald condition. Brett MacDonald driven to win here in 1:57 and 2. Marito Hanover, a 1-5 choice, holding on for a victory. Going official here in race number 9. Maximus Power was 3rd. Mo Better 6. Marito Hanover won it. It's Ed's Idea 4. Sir Pugsley 2nd. Come On Barney 7. Living Large was 8. Mr. Cheeseman 5th. 28 and 1. 58 and 1. 127 and 2. Mile of 157 and 2. It was Marito Hanover. From the top, a 3-6-1. 4-2, 7, 8, and 5. 10th and final, up next, put a blind bridle on 3, Kachkana. And put Tyler Borth on number 4, Azukar. Steel to aluminum in behind for the 4. Azukar, 8 trotters for a high 5 finale. Exacta Try also featured here in 7 minutes. Got the Wilpies on display for late double, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5. Of course, with the extreme long shot back in race number 7, 40-1 Bomber Clodum by Emma. But outside of that, it's been chalk. Extreme long shot in race 7 and nothing but chalk in the other 3 legs. And best of luck on your live plays here in the finale coming up. It's a high five. Exactor and try on a group of trotters, 8-horse field. Here come your trotters then for our race 10 finale, the Super High Five non-jackpot. Exacta Tri also featured Field Gunner on the rail, Travis Henry for Blue Shoe Investments. Trainer is Jordan Sumner. I Am What I Am, number 2, Preston Shaw for Patricia Gibb. The trainer's Joe Shaw. Les Écrits, Dorian Inc., along with Sylvain Desgenaux, share the ownership on 3. Catch Canna, this one trained by Jacques Dupont. It's Jason Ryan in a sulky. Then 4, Azukar. Tyler Borth will be driving for owner-trainer Mariel Emberg. Ashley Bako owning 5. What can I say? It's Lauren House on for trainer Lori Bako. And the 6, LA Magic, Garrett Rooney for owner-trainer Brian McGuire. 7 outside, Heineken Sealster, Glenn Lindsay owning, Don Lindsay trains, Brett McDonald. The trail out, number 8 is Hot Fudge Sunday for Angie and Richard Carroll. Rich trains, Alfie Carroll on board for the drive. Number 3, Catch Canna was out there. Again, Jason Ryan will be on board. Switching to the blind bridle here. The favorite is number 1, Field Gunner, 7-5. Then the 3, Catch Canna, a second choice. Alrighty, Field Gunner, a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. and myself here. Second best finisher, 2 back in 59 and 3, and There is some early speed to work with. Gets that rail as well. Tough customer here in the finale, Field Gunner.
Yeah, he is. 3 to 5. He's getting bet off the board right now, Sugar. But that effort 2 back goes a big mile right before just getting beat by a neck to Jackson Storm. And the trip kind of worked out for that rival to get the better of him. Last time, faced tougher, Overland a long way before finishing fourth to Sizzle and Hot Herbie, Rapanahui, J-Port High Class. We take any one of those three against this group, I think. And that's why he kind of deserves that respect in here. He's another one that's kind of shown to be versatile. He was kind of known as a horse that likes to close into it. Now one that can kind of leave out when he has to. Rail spot, not always the best place for a trotter that has made breaks in the past, but I think he's well meant in here.
Right on. Field Gunner with the rail advantage. Travis Henry is trying to take another one here this evening. Number 8, Hot Fudge Sunday. This one just terrible luck really for this trotter. He's been caught in traffic and then makes a break in the early going last time out to still manage to grab a check. He is a 5-time winner this season, but it's been a while since he's hit the winner's circle here in London.
Yeah, it has been. And, he's a horse that, when he gets the right trip and I think nose on the gate is something else he would need to get back to the winner's circle. I do have him in the second spot because I do believe if you like the one, you've got to, give a long look to whoever is following him out of there.
Sure.
And Hot Fudge Sunday is certainly good enough in here. It just comes down to the trip scenario. Like you said, not really been one that's gotten the best journeys as of late, but this one I think can work out, especially if Field Gunner does try to go forward off the switch like I think he will. So 5 to 1. I was hoping for a better number, to be honest, on Hot Fudge Sunday. I think if it goes below that, I certainly wouldn't be too excited about a win ticket on a horse like this, but I'll still use him in the exotics.
I believe we got a friend of the show, Mr. B, looking for Alfie to show up here with number 8 to round out a pick 5 play. There was a chance for some big payoffs, but you know what? Outside of the 40 to 1 bomber and Claude Mbayema, this has been chalky. Little Manny was a 2 to 5, 3 to 5 favorite. Then you had Carson Shadow and Marito Hanover. It's neat to see a bomb in play through a multi-leg wager, but if you can't get anything above 3 to 5 outside of that, then the payoffs reflect that.
It's true. That's what I always say, right? It's not always who wins, it's who you beat. And when the short price horses like that all come in, it makes it easier, right, to spread out in other spots. And what's really interesting about this sequence in particular, Carson Shadow wasn't the easiest kind of winner, and Marito Hanover was kind of being touched up the entire mile, right, before drawing off. So some tenuous moments for both of those favorites. I think if either one of them got beat, you would have saw astronomical payouts.
Oh, inflated for sure. Like Carson Shadow was surprising to me. He's going by 3/4. He was looking okay going up to 3/4. He paced a quick third, but there was a challenger coming to him on the outside there and at the beach Hanover, and then the rest of the field was certainly swarming in on Carson Shadow, who just held on there in the 8th. If he happens, like you said, if he happens to finish second in there, then there's a chance for some huge prices and maybe even carryovers.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Because I think he was kind of the free spot on the bingo square for many people tonight, and he got it done. But I don't think it was as authoritative as I would have liked to have seen, and many others that had him single.
Well, this is it. You see a 2 to 5 winner, a 1 to 5 winner, and you'd expect them to step away maybe by 5 or 6 lengths, turning for home. But those horses were just holding on. So. Yeah, it's strange to see, these heavy favorites just sort of clinging to victory here this evening in London. Here's another favorite in number 1, Field Gunner. Final thoughts?
I mean, the price is too short for me.
Right.
Field Gunner here. I'd likely be looking elsewhere, on a win ticket. I'd like the way LA Magic looked in the post parade. So he's my pick of the parade.
Very keen, right? Very keen. You know what, Robert? Wonderful job tonight. Always great catching up, and thanks for being along for the ride this evening. We'll do it again next week.
My pleasure, Sugar. Looking forward to it already.
Right on. Here we go then. It's the 10th and final Trotters for the High Five. Field Gunner, I Am What I Am, Catch Canna, Azúcar. What can I say? LA Magic, Heineken Sealster with Hot Fudge Sundae in the trailing spot. A 16th out. Here they come. It's race 10 in London, and it starts right now. They're off, and Catch Canna to follow the car right on out of there. Field Gunner is away in second, to the inside to be third. I Am What I Am floating on out of there to find pylons in fourth. There's a Zukar. Fifth and in for Hot Fudge Sundae. Little steppy on the outside six was Heineken Sealster. That one got backed off to an inside lane. What can I say? Has one beaten in the early going. LA Magic can see them all. It's about 15 lengths tip to tail after an opening quarter mile of 28 and 3. Catch Canna, the marching orders here at 9 to 5. Field Gunner will follow along here in second, continuing third. I Am What I Am. Azukar gets a peek to the outside there from fourth. Fifth and in for Hot Fudge Sundae. Single file on this half-mile approach. Catch Canna being left alone here for Jason Ryan. Continuing second. Field Gunner now underway, grabbing third best on the outside. Azukar. Fourth and in for I Am What I Am. Towed up into it now. Hot Fudge Sundae. Then we go back to Heineken Sealster. What can I say in LA Magic? 59 and 1 halftime. And it's Catch Canna being asked to pick it up. Here comes the pocket sitter, Field Gunner. Field Gunner shooting things up now as they go to three quarters. Field Gunner going after Catch Canna, the front two with some separation now. Azukar battles on for third against I Am What I Am. Way up on the outside, Hot Fudge Sundae is now battling for third as well. 129 flat, 29 and 4 through the third. Front two still battle. Field Gunner appears to be getting to Catch Canna. Field Gunner on the outside. Catch Canna fights on. Catch Canna coming back. Field Gunner though. Field Gunner. Catch Canna finishes second. Hot Fudge Sundae third. Then I Am What I Am. And round out a high five. Azukar. 159 and 3. One, 3, 8, 2, and 4. The high five combination here in the finale. There's Travis Henry returning with another winner this evening in London. Number 1 Field Gunner. 5-year-old son of Kadabra out of Winsong's Legacy. Make it out of Illa by Winsong's Legacy. That's more like it. Blue Shoe Investments owning Jordan Sumner training. Travis Henry on board for another victory here tonight. It's a Field Gunner taking the finale at 4 to 5. Congratulations. Paid $360, exactor $540, dollar try $870. The high five 20 center came back at 29, 17. The late double were 6 even. The pick 3 for a buck, a little over $5. Dollar pick 4, $291.15. The pick 5 for 20 cents, 108.98. The rundown field gunner was a winner. I Am What I Am 4. Catch Canada 2nd. Azúcar 5th. What Can I Say was 6. LA Magic 7th. Heineken Sealster 8. Hot Fudge Sunday was 3rd. 28 and 3. 59 and 1. 129, a mile of 59 and 3. It was field gunner. From the top, a 1, 4, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 3. That'll do it for the live action tonight. There's still some simulcasting in-house. We are back in action this coming Friday evening. The early start time of 4:50. Hope you can join us for that. From the eye in the London sky, I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great night.